conservation trust funds, some that are supported through the CBF and our endowment fund, our regional endowment fund, which I think most people have heard of, supported by the government of Germany and KfW. And others are trust funds in the region doing work and just learning. So I'm very happy to have a fund from Belize and the new fund from Barbados with us. And I think there are two funds from Barbados who will be with us to hear more about how conservation trust funds work and what we do in the region. And some of what we do in the region is exactly this, networking and the bringing together of ideas. So the discussion today is on a wide-ranging set of ideas, and some of the other participants in the room are here for the discussions we have later on sargassum. We have sporak. Anybody found out what sporak was? The chair gave you a charge. You're not allowed to say. All right, so you'll still have to find out what sporak is, and you will later today. And other partners from the region, particularly today from our host country in Barbados, to talk more about their experience in debt swaps, but also ideas. For us at the CBF, the concept of innovation in conservation and conservation finance is the key. And I always use the term, how are we going to Caribbeanize it? So we know what all the other countries are doing. We know what makes sense for them. They've told us. So we need to make sure we're clear on what makes sense for us and how we make this useful to us in the Caribbean. I already started a discussion on how we're going to get the ministers of finance specifically discussing debt swaps as a region, because the minister in Barbados is showing them up, quite frankly. And I look forward to him being able to get his message across to some of the other ministers in the region, as well as the minister from Belize, who also has been involved. So I think already some ideas are coming forward. So this morning, the discussion is on debt financial swaps, particularly blue economy discussions that we've all been hearing the term. What exactly does it mean? What does it mean that we are large ocean states as Caribbean islands? And how do we make sure that we are getting the value for the blue side of our economy, as well as the green side, as we have been, that is more traditional. And I think that the next step after that is to make sure that we don't make the same mistakes of not only thinking short term and thinking about the economy in terms of what the value and what the monetary value is, but what does it mean? How do we make sure that it is sustainable? How do we make sure that we are considering from the very start conservation finance factors that need to be in place for those of us doing conservation fund work to be able to continue doing that work in a way that is useful for the balance between economy and social and sustainable development. So with those few words, I want to make sure and thank the organizers, the team from UNDP Jeff Smallgrass program in Barbados in particular. And they've been instrumental in getting us here. And of course, the CBF team led by Tanya as well, since I think this is the last time I will have this chance. So thank you to all. I'm so very happy that you are here with us today. And I look forward, as Tanya says, to discussion, participation from all in the room so that we can come up with ideas that are useful for us moving forward. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm not going yet to the stage because I have an MC for today. So I would like to invite our very own, very flamboyant Hayden. Please take the stage. Over to you.
Good morning. Buenos dias, bonjour, uiti benafi. Uiti benafi is the Garifuna good morning, and is a lost language that we once had in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but it is still very much alive in Belize, I think Honduras, and some aspects of the Garifuna culture in the USA. I'm very delighted to host today's event. And yesterday was a blast for those who missed it, Ricky. Okay, You missed yesterday, you did? Or you missed me yesterday?
I miss you.
All right, good. All right, so today we have quite a bit of lively discussions that we're going to be engaged with. And I'm telling you, the panelists for the entire day are very important people. I can tell you why. The bios are very long. That was an indication as to the importance of the individual. And so this morning, we're starting with the very first panel. It's Blue Conservation Debt for Nature discussion. What does this mean for biodiversity? And of course, as I mention your name, please make your way to your seats so we can move expeditiously. So, of course, we have Miss Tanya Lu, who is our moderator for this panel this morning. Tanya was born and raised in Suriname and is currently based in Dominican Republic. She holds a master's degree in both hydrology and civil engineering, wow, and conservation and biodiversity in the Caribbean. As the Conservation Finance Program Manager, she is responsible for managing the partnership and engagement with 12 countries in the region who benefit from the CBF Endowment Fund and to ensure that the countries such as on climate change policies, RED+, climate and conservation finance, and managing large and medium scale projects and programs with different donors such as the GEF, IDB, UNDP, GCF, and others. She has worked for various government and international organizations in the Caribbean region. And our first panelist, give it up for Ms. Antonio Innes. She is a Chief Debt Strategy Analyst heading Barbados Debt Management Unit of the Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment since its establishment in 2011. She has more than 20 years experience in public financial management, applying a passion for problem solving to budgeting and debt management. Ms. Innes has been instrumental in significantly improving debt data quality to enhance policy decision making. She has played a key role in the execution of the Barbados 2018 and 2019 debt restructuring and innovative debt for data swap. And a master's degree in international management with a distinction from the University of the West Indies, Caribbean campus. Give it up for Ms. Innes. Run the music, DJ. We have Jennifer Doha-Tivigara. She is a policy advisor and senior climate change specialist at the Inter-American Development Bank based in the country of Barbados. With over 10 years of experience in the sustainability agenda, she has mainly focused on climate governance and national and local climate change policies, fiscal policy, and green budgeting, climate finance, and long-term planning exercises with an adaptation approach. Jennifer has gained analytical and operational knowledge, advising governments through coordination of the NDC's Invest platform, and so on and so forth. It extends to Argentina, Chile, Paraguay, Uruguay, and so much more. Give it up for Ms. Beverly Wade. She is the director of the Blue Bonds and Project for Finance Permanence Unit in the Office of the Prime Minister of Belize. She is directly responsible for the implementation of the Blue Loan and Conservation Funding Agreements and the coordination across government and non-governmental actors and sectors in the delivery of key marine conservation targets and commitments. Ms. Wade was involved in fisheries and ocean management for the last 27 years and as a fisheries administrative and director of Blue Economy, where she is directly responsible for the coordination of policy and program implementation, and so much more. Give it up for Ms. Beverly Wade. Leandra Churiket is currently the Executive Director of Belize Fund for a Sustainable Future, the BFSF. She joined the BFSF in August 2022. She is the leading and starting professional of this new fund established March 2022, including organizational setup, strategic planning, and fund management and development of grant-making programs aligned with the conservation commitments under the Blue Bond Loan Agreement. She is a coral reef ecologist by training and co-founder of the UB Environmental Resource Institute with 20 years of experience in the field of coral reef management. Give it up for it. And so much more. Shanique Smith has worked in the environmental field for over 20 years, specializing in both conservation and mitigation efforts in Bahamas. She has extensive project management, stakeholder consultation, and government relations experience, as well as a proven track record in developing and managing partnership with NGOs and local community members. In 2012, Shanique joined the Nature Conservancy as a senior policy representative and was later promoted to director of the Northern Caribbean Program in 2015. Since April 2022, she has served as the deputy director for the Caribbean Division and was appointed the CBF board in December of 2022. Give it up for Shanique Smith.
She's online, so Beverly Wade and Shanique are online.
Awesome, thank you. And last but not least, the lone gentleman in the bunch. Is a principal consultant and management managing director of Southwest Services Limited. It's an independent boutique financial service firm specializing in investment and financial advisory services with a focus on pensions. Mr. Hinkson is a graduate of the University of West Indies. He is a member of the Certified Professionals Accountant of British Columbia, a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Barbados, and a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. Please make welcome Mr. Hinkson. Thank you very much. And with that, I hand you over to our moderator, Tanya Lowe. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction, and thank you to all the panelists. So yeah, sorry for that, but I forgot to mention earlier. We do have two panelists joining us virtually. They're on Zoom. I'm not sure we can hear them, but they can hear us. So when it's their turn, they will be given the audio opportunities. So without further ado, without further an introduction, I think for the people that were here yesterday, the depth and nature of discussion we're having here is because of the recent developments, in particularly with Barbados and Belize. As we understood it also from yesterday, it's nothing new, and it is not, but the mechanism as how it has developed, and especially the establishment of a conservation trust fund to be the trustee or the manager of these funds, that is something new, I believe, and it is something we can all learn from. And it is why we are here today. How can we make sure that these funds are committed towards the development and conservation of actions for the Caribbean region, for our SIDS, and for all of those resources that are needed. We have a slight change in the agenda because our esteemed panelist, Shanique Smith, has to leave early. So instead of keeping this order, I will ask that we give Shanique first the opportunity. She will unfortunately have to leave. All questions, please write them down, note them down in the Zoom chat, and we will make sure that we can transfer them to Shanique if you have any questions for TNC. The TNC has been instrumental in both Belize and Barbados to make that mechanism work, engage with government, all the stakeholders. So that is why we invited TNC, and I hope Shanique, you can hear us. And the floor is yours. I'm going to ask for the IT to put up the presentation of Shanique. And then let's see if all IT is working without too much music.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. Can you hear me? If you can confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. I can't see everybody, but I'm sure there's many beautiful faces there. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to present today and share a little bit about the Nature Conservancy and our vision and involvement with Debt for Nature swaps, in particular in the Caribbean region. And as it's been mentioned, I'm Shanique Smith, the Deputy Director of the Nature Conservancy's program, and similar to you, have learned a lot, and I'm still learning a lot about debt swaps and how we're using them to support conservation. But I'll share some of my knowledge and some of what we've done. And next slide. I assume someone's going to move the slide for me. Great. Yes. So for those of you who know the Nature Conservancy, you know we have been working in the Caribbean region. This is into the Caribbean and even wider. For many, many years on various aspects of conservation, but we have a specific focus on marine conservation, right? And so this is the entry point for us into debt swaps. But why? We have a vision where we want to support the Caribbean with really continuing to have healthy oceans and ecosystems in the ocean, so that we can continue to reap the kind of ecosystem services and benefits that support our economy, support livelihood, support our well-being, help to give us coastal resilience and adaptation benefits, etc. So for us, protecting, managing, and restoring the ocean is a huge portion of our work. Kind of associated with this over time is that we've also been working for many years on financing for conservation, as you would know through our involvement with the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund, many of the conservation trust funds in the region, and other initiatives. We also seek to support capacity building, right, to do this ocean management and to help with these sustainable finance options. Can you still hear me? I'm getting some feedback.
They can't hear.
Yes, we can. We also use somebody else.
Yes, there's another person speaking, but I'll continue. So one of the, TNC is supporting the 2030 goals of the world. We know that everything now is about 30-30 and supporting the global biodiversity framework, as well as ambition under the UNFCCC related to climate change. But this work continues to face some ongoing challenges we're all well aware of. Unsustainable ocean use, or maybe incompatible uses that don't support sustainable ocean use. We have lots of commitments being made by many actors, government actors and others, but there is often not follow through with these commitments and bringing them into fruition to help us get the biodiversity and conservation benefits we're seeking. And this is often hampered and by insufficient funding allocated to support these commitments and to make sure they happen. So for TNC, next slide for me. Our work on blue bonds for ocean conservation is a solution that's been designed for really addressing these problems. How do we help support ocean conservation, follow through on commitments related to ocean conservation, but have the funding to do it? So this is really a solution that seeks to address all of those things. And TNC has really taken a strong leadership role and interest in financing for conservation, because we understand the critical role of financing for follow through on commitments, but also to get to scale. that we have increasing challenges in the ocean and in our communities, and these challenges are growing, and we have to come up with solutions and the financing for those solutions to kind of meet the growing challenges and demands. And this is our kind of centerpiece, or one of the centerpieces for us. The Blue Bonds program, as has been designed by TNC, has three main elements, as on this last bit of text on the slide. Conservation commitments. So this is where we talk about the biodiversity benefits and what our aspirations are and what we're trying to achieve. Debt refinancing. This is the financial tool that's primarily being used to give us some additional funding and capital to help to support conservation commitments. And then we have a conservation fund, or trust fund. And this is really the kind of implementation arm to help to get any funding that may come out of looking at debt refinancing really tangibly on the ground and being used for ocean conservation based on the conservation commitments of a project. So I'm just going to share a little bit more about details about this and some of the structuring of how TNC has envisioned these projects working. Next slide. So as I mentioned, those three pillars. Okay, I'm saying here, please ask speaker to slow down. For the interpreter. Okay, I'm so sorry. My sincere apologies. I'm sorry. I will try to slow down. Thank you for that prompt. I appreciate that. And so looking at the three pillars, I'll start with the debt conversion. So debt conversions are not new. They have been around for quite some time and really saw a heyday back in the early 1990s. At that time, there was a lot of focus on debt conversions between countries, right? So bilateral engagement from one country to another. That looked at countries that were really challenged with meeting financial commitments related to debt. So that was the original kind of origin of debt conversions. TNC looked at that model and really tried to innovate and tweak the model to suit our goals and objectives many years later. First starting with Seychelles some time ago, a few years ago. The kind of change and innovation from what was done originally with debt swaps are centered around a few things. One is, this is not bilateral, right? It's not country to country. You do have an actor like TNC who's really an NGO or a part of civil society working with governments and supporting governments with different objectives they may have related to sovereign debt. Another aspect that's a little bit different in the way TNC approaches this is we are not really doing this with distressed countries or countries who are in kind of distressed financial situations in mind. We're really looking at restructuring debt for the opportunity of freeing up capital and funding that can go to conservation. So any country that is really in some broader type of debt management exercise that is seeking to find different solutions to manage their debt in a way that's more comfortable and really meets their objectives at the time, is an opportunity where we can enter. So that's something a little bit different for us. As is here on the screen, these things include stuff like working with sovereign governments to look at rate reductions for any existing debt, maybe restructuring the terms to get longer repayment terms to give countries some relief in that sense, as well as other initiatives. Okay. TNC also through the work we've done more recently with Belize and Barbados also has included in some of our models things like parametric insurance products that look at some risks related to natural disasters or like a pandemic, which was the case with Barbados. So there's also some innovation and new elements related to how do you address some of these current circumstances the world have been facing in terms of shocks, and helping to relieve some of the stress associated with meeting the sustained debt commitments for our countries who may enter into these types of arrangements. Also kind of crucial for us and very different from what would have been associated with debt swaps when they came about in the early 90s is that TNC puts a strong emphasis on these types of projects and transactions for us being tied to specific conservation commitments from a government or a sovereign. Ideally, it's really helping a country to go that much further in implementing and being able to fulfill commitments that they have for themselves around ocean conservation and the vision the country has for management of its natural resources. For us, we do ask that conservation commitments and looking at improved ocean management includes a marine spatial plan, which is an exercise that really looks at how can you consider all possible uses of your ocean spaces, or perhaps the uses that are top of mind for a country, and what type of planning can you do to maximize the benefits you want to get in terms of ocean conservation and protection, but also things like the blue economy and various other considerations. And I'll talk a little bit more about a marine spatial plan later. And then, as I mentioned, the conservation trust funds, which I will get into a little bit more as well beyond this slide. So next slide. This slide just is an illustrative slide to give you a sense at a high level. This is generic, so just a general graphic of cash flow. So there's a lot going on with these deals. There's conservation commitments. There's usually the startup and operationalization of a trust fund, but there's also quite a bit around the cash flow and how, this is really, the details of this is really what gets us the conservation on the ground in terms of additional capital and funding. So TNC does source funding to do these deals from various investors, the market, donors to TNC and other partners who may be involved. Once TNC has that capital, TNC will then use that funding to buy a country's debt from existing creditors, as illustrated here. And then TNC would then, along with other partners who may be a part of the deal with them, negotiate new terms for the debt with the sovereign country that we're working with at the time. Once that deal is kind of concretized, what happens to the funding, and how are we actually generating the money that's going to be used for ocean conservation? What happens is the majority of the funding is still going back to repay the debt. But some funding is freed up through the renegotiation of terms to support direct funding on the ground in the short term for ocean conservation. So we talk about grants and other grant making mechanisms coming on the grants, but some funding also is going into a long-term endowment that is going to help us to have funding for a longer period of time. And most of these debt deals have a life term of about 15 to 20 years. So that's the shorter term kind of time frame for them when we're looking at implementation of conservation commitments, getting money on the ground kind of in an annual type of format for conservation. But the vision is that we want funding for as long as possible to continue to support ocean conservation, etc. And the endowment allows there to be some funding beyond the term of these deals of the 15 to 20 years. Next slide. So I just wanted to dive a little bit deeper into, for this slide, a marine spatial plan and share a little bit more about this. So marine spatial plan is many things, but for this presentation, I just want to highlight that it refers to often both a process as well as a product or an output, which is an actual document or plan that a country has that's called a marine spatial plan. So when people are talking about marine spatial plan, often the two are mixed and mingled. The process of marine spatial planning leads to that product at the end of the day. So I just wanted to make that clear, because that often I think is not clear to a lot of folks who may be new in the marine spatial planning space. And marine spatial planning expert, but I think it's an important distinction. These marine spatial plans, and there's a definition here that's coming from a global document on marine spatial planning. It's basically a public process, hopefully a process that's very transparent and participatory, and engages multiple sections of your society around how do you want to utilize your ocean space. And this is both in terms of the spatial use of your ocean space, but maybe also the use of your space over a period of time. So there's often a planning or time horizon associated with a marine spatial plan. Why do marine spatial plan? What's the point? It's a lot of work, it's a lot of energy, it requires quite a bit of engagement, and it's a big investment of time. Marine spatial plans, on average, tend to be about 5 years, but can be longer. They've been longer in many countries who've done them. Why do this? One, it is a medium for you to do a holistic planning for your ocean space. And in TNC's projects, we do try to target the full ocean space of a country, so your entire EEZ, which can be quite significant. It's not just near shore. In the Caribbean, we have a history of really managing and looking mostly at shallow bank areas and near shore coastal areas where we're mostly doing most of our activities. Wider ocean space and ocean space that tends to be further offshore for countries often doesn't get that much attention just because of capacity and other reasons. Marine Spatial Plan tries to look at all of that. It also tries to help a country balance competing priorities and interests, right, of all of the various activities that are taking place in their marine space. We have tourism, as you know, we have maritime industry, shipping, etc. that's going on. There's the fishing industry, there may be energy, there may be a mining of different types of ocean resources. And of course, we also are doing lots of things related to conservation and protection of the environment and our natural resources in a marine space, just to name a few. So there's a lot going on. Often some of these activities are happening in the same place and happening at the same time. So Marine Spatial Plan also looks at how do you balance the benefits of these activities and the trade-offs with them competing for space and resources at the same time. So it really is supposed to be a kind of organized way to help you come up with a vision and a plan and a roadmap for that over a period of time. So this is key for us because TNC is really interested. You know, I know we are known for doing a lot of work around protected areas, and that's still a key interest of us, of the Nature Conservancy, but our work is broader than that. We want to see management, sustainable management of the full ocean space. And that sustainable management has to fit into the larger agenda of a country. Next slide, please. If you just do a few more taps to bring up everything on the slide. Yeah, thank you. So a conservation trust fund. When a blue bonds project or debt restructuring project happens, and we do get some additional capital that's going to conservation, how are you going to ensure that that money gets to the conservation on the ground and that it actually does support the commitments and the vision for why you would have done this deal in the first place, why you are doing this marine spatial planning? In addition, the marine spatial plan does take quite a bit of resources. How can you ensure that the resources are there to do the marine spatial plan alongside everything else? So the Conservation Trust Fund is really a key part of all of these arrangements for us. In the case of Belize and Barbados, and you'll learn a little bit more about that later from stakeholders directly involved. We started new conservation trust funds. So these trust funds really have been designed at the start to support implementation of a vision related to the conservation commitments tied to a Blue Bonds project. But it's not, the longer term vision is for them to become trust funds that really are permanent, really have a remit and a mandate beyond just that Blue Bonds project, even though that's the original impetus and will definitely take quite a bit of time and energy early on. They are envisioned to become kind of normal conservation trust funds that you would be familiar with, associate with the CBF and others in the Caribbean and Latin America region. And so here, this slide just gives you a general overview of what could be potential sources for conservation trust funds. A debt conversion is just one when you think about the broader remit and opportunity for a conservation trust fund. You know, the trust fund really should align with national priorities and support implementation of national priorities and be able to benefit both the government and other types of actors in our society with helping to achieve those national priorities. So when we talk about beneficiaries, it's quite broad, as most of you will know. Next slide. If you can tap a little bit for me. One thing I wanted to highlight here, this is a major part of some of the negotiations that go on before a debt transaction or Blue Bond happens is, yes, we have a trust fund, but what will be the role and the modalities for dispersing and managing funding that comes through a conservation project like this? So these are some of the options and disbursement options for the trust funds, which is very fairly broad. Most of you would be familiar with trust funds doing grants to various actors in our community. And that often is a key part of all of the trust funds that we've been involved in at the Nature Conservancy. However, the trust funds also can do other things and support these projects in other ways outside of that traditional grant making facility. They can also support capacity building and planning. This capacity building can be through training, workshops, other types of mechanisms. In some instances, we've seen trust funds in the world supporting procurement, where there may be challenges, particularly with protected area managers who may not have the bandwidth capacity to do some types of procurement of goods and services. A trust fund potentially could agree to do this on behalf of its constituents, and rather than a protected area manager or someone else doing it directly, they would procure the goods and services that align with conservation commitments and the project overall for some of the actors. The trust funds also can provide technical assistance to protected area management agencies, to government, etc. This would come in the form of consultancies and other types of modalities. In a few instances, this is less common. Trust funds also can actually be an agency that does direct disbursements. So for example, if there are challenges with a government agency getting funding and dispersing the funding directly themselves, or for whatever reason it's not feasible or it's not ideal, a trust fund can also play this role through direct disbursements on behalf of government actors. And last but not least, this is something that's very incipient and almost nascent or emerging. We do see some instances around the world where we have trust funds that are now looking at investments rather than just grant making, sinking funds and endowments, which we may be more familiar with. A big challenge for trust funds is sustainability. Beyond a project like a Blue Bonds or whatever is the impetus of creating the trust fund. And outside of an endowment, what are other ways that a trust fund can generate funding? And so we have a few examples where we see trust funds getting into things like recoverable grants, even equity and other types of funding. And recoverable grants would be that instead of you just doing a sinking fund and giving grants to stakeholders, they may have to give you back whatever money you originally give to them. If you gave them $2,000, they use that $2,000, and over a period of time, they would repay the $2,000 back to the trust fund or something of that nature. Very, very new, not a lot of examples of this, and I don't think we have any examples of this in the Caribbean region, insular Caribbean region. Go ahead, next slide. So I just wanted to share that in these projects, TNC, has been a major player. a major catalyst, but we also provide a lot of technical assistance, both in terms of the financial transaction. We also do a lot of technical assistance and support for Marine Spatial Plan, but we have also provided quite a lot of support for conservation trust funds. So this slide just talks a little bit about some of the support that TNC can give to trust funds and these types of transactions, or more broadly, where we've supported trust funds. We have helped to finance the startup design process of trust funds. We've supported stakeholder engagement processes to help get the buy-in and the feedback needed to set up and design the trust fund, the legal counsel and support for it, and other types of things such as getting operational business license registration, etc. And this is in your startup design phase of your trust fund. Once your trust fund is established through whatever type of mechanism you're using, TNC also can support beyond that with things like someone who's a trust fund advisor, or expert, or specialist in the trust fund. And we do have a conservation trust fund advisor at TNC who supports all of our blue bonds deals specifically. But we can also bring in other resources beyond the TNC personnel and staff if that's a need and want of stakeholders. TNC in these blue bonds deals has a seat on the board of trust funds. So all of these trust funds have a board or some type of management body. TNC has a permanent seat. That seat is really tied to the role TNC has put into starting these trust funds and the deals, the funding we've put there, but we also have a role around compliance and reporting back to investors and other stakeholders to ensure that these trust funds are doing and acting as they were envisioned at the start or genesis of the project. And TNC is there to help to support that through a board seat. Training, capacity building as usual, and other types of things like assisting with operationalizing the trust fund and investment policy, operations manuals, all these nuts and bolts are some of the ways TNC can help support these trust funds in these types of projects. Next slide. So here it's just a summary slide. There's a ton of information on this one slide, but I didn't want to get into too much. So just to give you a bit more on specifics about the projects TNC has been involved in. So the first project we did as a pilot, which the financial close was 2006, was the Seychelles. And since then, we've had two other projects in our region, Belize and Barbados, in 2021 and 22 respectively. And this slide is the summary, but the takeaway I want for you today is just to see that even though we have a kind of structure and some core components of the project, the pieces I've mentioned, the conservation commitments, the trust fund, and of course the debt restructuring, the details of all of these projects vary tremendously, as you can see, based and you know, this variation is based on the country and their needs and what's going on at the time of the project. We have different partners, so our partner is not the same we're working with. The financial instruments are not the same. The type of funding that's being yielded at the end of the day is not the same. It all varies. So that's just a part of the nature of doing this. And because of that, we also have nuances in the trust fund. So the concept is the same, but the trust funds are all a little bit different, and they're all receiving different levels of resources. So as you can see here, conservation funding coming out of this deal, and this is in totality between what's going to endowments, what's going to sinking funds, etc. For these deals are varying from $12 million in Seychelles to 50 million in Barbados and 180 in Belize. So you know, details matter, and there are many, many details in these projects. Next slide. And I also just wanted to share a little bit more about the trust funds. And we have a representative here today from both the trust funds of Belize and Barbados. So they will definitely share a lot more than I will, and have firsthand knowledge of these situations and what's been the experience so far. But, you know, this trust fund is the key piece for us. And even though they've started with these blue bonds, the vision is for them to be permanent trust funds that go beyond. The Seychelles, which is the earliest one, shows that. So they have the blue grants, funding that's associated with their blue bonds deal. And since that time, they have other funding that they're now managing. They have funding from the World Bank, Blue Bonds Project, and they also have funding from the Global Fund for Coral Reef, which is another big multilateral donor that came around in the last few years. One thing to point out is that a unique feature with these trust funds that have been created under the Blue Bonds Project is that they do have two kind of windows or subcomponents in terms of how they disperse funds. All of them have allocations and funding that's earmarked and directly associated with the conservation commitments for the project, and that is reserved or allocated specifically for the government and to support the government with their marine spatial plan, as well as reaching those conservation commitments. And then there's another part of funding that's for other actors in the civil society, university, etc. That also really is there to support conservation commitments, but this would be in addition to and complementary to whatever the government is doing in the country. So in Belize, with their trust fund, the government allocation was agreed in that particular instance to be at 40% of the resources that's coming to the trust fund. And 40% going to government, 40% going to other actors. And there's a 20% management fee that the trust fund is able to use for its operations, overhead, etc. Barbados, slightly different. There's not an agreement on a percentage. There's an agreement on an annual amount throughout the life of the project that is earmarked that goes to the government. And then the rest of the funding is going out to the civil society, and they also have a 20% fee that's going to the trust fund for administration, etc. These percentages here are the agreed amounts that are at a minimum, I guess. If needed and wanting the actors in the country want to add more can go to government agencies, but this is what you see are outlined as a minimum. And going on.
Shanique?
Yes, I'm almost finished.
Can we wrap up? Because we have a long list still of other panelists that want to give an opportunity.
Last slide. So thank you. Very last slide here. So I just wanted to share a few lessons learned. We're early in our Caribbean experience, as was mentioned. We only started in 2021 with Belize, but we think the construct I was just mentioning of having dedicated resources for the government is critical and key for helping the government to support their vision and for the success of these projects. So that's something we want to maintain. I think it's also key for stakeholders to understand the balance of these trust funds being associated with blue bonds and the work there with a longer term vision for them to be able to support just general conservation in a community and in a country. One thing we've learned, and I think, some of the actors can speak to later, is when structuring these deals, a lot is resting on the availability of the capital that's coming from the project. And so aligning commitments and timelines for when, agreed timelines for when commitments and milestones associated with the commitments will be achieved with disbursement of the trust funds and how the trust funds are going to be able to build their capacity to disperse funding very early on is kind of something to pay special attention to, because that can be a challenge when you're doing a lot of things at the same time. And last but not least, as we know in all of these instances, capacity building is key for the government, for the trust funds and other actors to get these trust funds off the ground, the MSP off the ground, and the project successful. So that's it. I'm going to stop there. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you so much. We don't have to go, but we'll just note down any questions, remarks for Shanique, and also online for the virtual participants. Please put down your notes. Pero ponerlo en español también. My French is non-existent, but we do have the French translation also. All right. So I think that's it for Shanique. Thank you so much again. We'll now, for the IT people, we'll just continue with the order as we have in the agenda. I think I'll start off with what Shanique mentioned as one of the lessons learned. Without government commitments, we wouldn't be here. The government from Barbados and Belize have shown that leadership, the vision. It might have taken a while, but they have made a decision. And we do hope that other governments can think about this as ideas. Again, we're not saying that this is the solution to conservation action, but it is just one. And I think we're here to share those experiences. So we do have another virtual participant, but I think it would be really nice to hear from someone in the room in person. So I will give the floor to Antonino. Please go ahead and we'll put up your slide and they are handling it. So you can just take the next. Thank you, sir. If you want to stand up, I don't know if that's easier, but the mic is in the ceiling. So you just speak up. So if you want to stand up at the, that's okay.
So good morning, everyone. Thanks, first of all, to the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund for the opportunity to share a little bit of our experience with you in executing Barbados' Capture Nature SWAP. My presentation would be concise. So with that said, next slide, please.
They should be able to hear you. Someone is, yeah, okay.
So just briefly, with your indulgence, in terms of the outline of the presentation, I will be starting near the end, which is a little bit odd, but I'll start there. A little bit of our context and considerations that we would have considered in executing the deal, some of the innovative solutions that came out of it, some of the highlights of the deal, key takeaways, and conservation impacts. Next slide, please. So for me, starting near the end, by now, most of you here in the room would have known that in September of 2022, the government of Barbados successfully concluded a debt nature swap transaction backed by US $150 million guarantee from the Inter-American Development Bank and the Nature Conservancy. It was innovative in the use of guarantees provided by IADB and TNC that assisted us in lowering the cost of a new loan, which financed the purchase of existing, more expensive debt, thereby maximizing the savings that would ultimately be channeled into marine conservation efforts. It was also innovative for us because we would have built on the introduction of natural disaster clauses that we would have first introduced into our debt instruments in 2018 and 2019. We extended that to also include a pandemic clause in the new loan that was issued that financed the transaction. And of course, by now, we would have known that the deal in its success would have resulted in an award, IFR Award 2022 and an Environmental Finance Bond Award 2023. The partnership, obviously, between Government of Barbados, IADB, and TNC was very instrumental in crafting the solution. Next slide, please. So in terms of context and considerations, it is important to understand where we started from before executing this deal. So Barbados would have gone through a process of restructuring its domestic debt in 2018, as well as its external commercial debt in 2019. We have, at that point in time, extremely high debt to GDP ratios. So it was necessary to deal with that. We would have developed Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan, which is essentially our blueprint for process for getting us, process for implementing structural reforms in order to put us on a path that is significantly more sustainable going forward. And with those two things done, we also would have entered an IMF program to help support those efforts. So that is the context with which we were starting. In terms of the debt for nature swap, the government actually started considering the debt for nature swap back in 2019. At that point in time, the initial thought was something structured similar to the Belize deal, actually, where the government would have worked with PNC and used insurance from a US government agency to issue debt for the buyback. Although the debt using that model would have had high interest rates. It could be used to fund a buyback if we had other debt that was in distress and could be purchased with even higher effective interest rates. One of the things that we knew going into this transaction, considering the debt restructures that we would have done previously and the structural reforms that we were embarking on, was that whatever we ultimately ended up with, we do not want to negatively impact our debt position. So one of the caveats for us at that point in time was that there was no net debt increase from whatever we ended up with. Next slide, please. In terms of target debt, now the government's restructured international bond quickly returned to trading almost at par. So normally when you restructure your debt, you expect that there's a period of time where the debt will be trading significantly below par. That did not happen for us at all. So that was one of the issues that we needed to solve for in trying to execute a debt for nature swap. One of the things I would like to point out here, and it probably is something that isn't often mentioned, certainly in terms of the Belize model, they were able to execute that because their debt was trading at so high a discount. As I said, that model is really only viable if you are in a situation where you're in default or you're restructuring your debt, which was not the place that we were in at that point in time. So because of that, we had to go back to the drawing board. We would not have had potential space if we were targeting our international bond for the discount that would have generated the savings for the deal. We did have high cost that we wanted to use to free up resources for the environment, but we had to come up with a model that was a little bit different. We still thought that at the time, because we had that was roughly 7 to 8%, that if we could borrow at concessional rates, 4 to 5% perhaps, that we could still utilize those savings to fund the deal. Next slide, please. So we know that TNC and IADB were interested in swaps. And so several options were explored. Ultimately, it was decided that the IDB and TNC would jointly guarantee a new bond that the government would issue, resulting in concessional rates. Both partners preferred a guarantee so that they would not have to use limited lending resources. And the structure also tapped into private sector interests to finance impact investment. So utilizing that, the government entered into 2 counter guarantee agreements with the IADB and TNC for up to US $150 million. Essentially, those counter guarantees between the government and IADB and the government and TNC in turn allowed IADB and TNC to issue a credit guarantee to the entities that would have been providing the financing for the loan. It was also important to agree to a list of the debt that we would be targeting for repurchase with this new financing. Here, it was critical to have several options to make sure that the deal was also positive for our creditors. Next slide, please. So in terms of some of the broad highlights of the deal, the joint arrangers were Credit Suisse and CIBC First Caribbean. Ended up with a dual currency blue loan. The Barbados tranche of 146.5 million. The new loan attracted a rate of 3.25%. And the US tranche for US 73.2 million came in at around 4.4%. The creditor in that instance was BB Blue DAC. The transaction cost in relation to this whole deal was roughly in the region of $2 million, which were deducted from the proceeds of the loan. So using a modified Dutch auction method, the government would have repurchased 77.6 million of its 6.25 2029 bond at 92.25 cents per dollar. Simultaneously, we then repurchased $145.8 million of our local currency debt series E bond, which was trading at which carried a rate of 8%. So straight off the bat, you can see the differential in the interest rates and the savings that can materialize that we can then use to channel towards conservation efforts. As I would have indicated earlier, we use the opportunity to, next slide please, sorry. As I would have indicated earlier, we would have used the opportunity at the time to extend the natural disaster clause to include a pandemic clause as well to ensure that this new law would be sustainable in the event of future shocks. Ultimately, the transaction will free up almost $50 million over a period of 15 years, and the proceeds will go toward funding critical marine work and sustainable management of Barbados' marine assets. Again, that is being funded from the interest rate differential between the debt that was repurchased and the new debt. We would have discussed several possible ways to link the swap to environmental projects, and ultimately we agreed on a simple solution where the interest rate savings that will result after we bought back the more expensive debt would be total split over a period of years and paid out semi-annually by the government. Well, this meant that there was no payout for government and no debt reduction. It kept things very simple on the ground, as effectively the environment receives a stream of grants. We would have formalized the arrangement, the funding arrangement in the conservation funding agreement. As I said, government would channel 100% of the transaction savings into marine conservation. So roughly right now, approximately US 1.5 million per annum goes to the BESF and another 1.1 million per annum to a separate endowment trust to provide long-term financing for the BESF. The Conservation and Sustainability Commitments Agreement also details the conservation commitments made by Barbados. Now, it's also important to note here that non-payment under the conservation, any of the conservation agreements can lead to default and acceleration of the blue loan. So in terms of accountability and transparency, all of that is built into the financing, the documents that underlie the transaction. Next slide, please. So these are just some of our key takeaways in executing this transaction. The first thing I would like to say, and I think we would have heard it yesterday and again this morning, is that strong political commitment is key. Once we had that communicated from the top, it wasn't a case of if, it was just a case of how. So even though there were times when for us the numbers were not making sense, we were challenged to find a way to make the numbers make sense. Creative, just more thinking outside of the box. And that is how we ended up with a solution of having 2 counter guarantees. Because there was no issue in terms of doing the deal. We just needed to find a way to make it make sense for us. So that is what we had to do. Again, a clear goal must be articulated. So we were also very clear that this was not to negatively impact our debt position, because having done the work of doing 2 debt restructurings, developing the work program, entering an IMF program, we were not prepared to reward any of those benefits, especially as the work program started to gain traction. And we started to see results from that. Definitely told us that we must be open to new ideas, because that is how we ended up with the structure that we ended up with. And it definitely, a transaction like this definitely requires the expertise of a multifaceted team, legal, financial, and environmental. One of the things I must highlight here is for other countries considering a swap is how important it is to have a strong working relationship between your ministries of finance and your ministries of environment. Because it is very unusual to have a project that cuts across both ministries, and it is very easy to lose momentum along the way. For this deal, we also had fairly wide stakeholder engagement. Again, because we were also in the IMF program at the time, we also made sure that we have sessions with the IMF as well as our rating agency to make sure that they were aware of what we were doing at intervals, make sure that they were in use. And any decisions that we took came with input from those as well, or in terms of if there were any issues that they're flagging that we needed to consider in terms of what we were doing. You must be dedicated to the process of a debt predator swap because it will be arduous and it will be time intensive. As I said, we started to consider this in 2019, finished this in 2022. The concurrent work streams that I mentioned concurrent work streams, they're often very interrelated, but we'll be working at different paces. So we had a finance work stream that was looking at the issue of the financing, where we would raise the financing for to repurchase the existing debt. But then you also had the environmental stream that was looking at the targets that you would be committing to, what will work for them. And I can tell you that often two totally different places, but we have one timeline, one final deadline. So at some point in time, we need some person or a team who will pull everything together so that everything finishes when at that one deadline. And there is significant paperwork involved. Significant paperwork involved, I can tell you that. This transaction has obviously the county guarantee agreement. It has the finance agreement, the facility agreement for the blue loans. It has the conservation funding agreement, conservation CFCA, right? Right, and then it has obviously the guarantee agreements between the government is not party to, but those are between the guarantors and the lenders. That has nothing to do with the other subsidiary agreements that govern those various documents. There is significant paperwork involved. So you, as I said, your team must invest in your team at the beginning and make sure that you have the best expertise that you can get. Next slide, please. So having done all of that to secure the money, make sure that we have savings to go into marine conservation. Pretty much this is sort of what it all boiled down to at the end. In terms of the conservation impact, we have an aspirational target of protecting 30% and sustainably managing our ocean space. Now, I am the non-environmental person in the room, so when you have goals of at least have protection, biodiversity zones, etc., that is something that I had to learn exactly what that was. But these are just some of the conservation impacts. There's a science-based approach, participatory and inclusive approach to marine spatial planning to identify biodiversity protected zones and other zones as needed, and to develop an ocean management plan. And of course, there was also the creation and funding of the Barbados Environmental Sustainability Fund, which is an independent conservation fund to disperse grants to conservation practitioners. We say that predator swap, but for me, at the beginning and end of the day, me personally, this was all about the environment. They had a financial component, but at the end of the day, that deal, but really and truly for the environment. And the final slide just has some of the milestones that are embedded in the next slide, please. Sorry. Just has some of the milestones that are embedded in some of the agreements. In terms of the first milestone is the initiation of the marine spatial plan. 5 key milestones. That is the completion of the first draft of the zoning design and all the way down to government's approval and adoption of the management plans. So in essence, those are just some of our thoughts, or some of the thoughts that went into the process of developing certainly the financial side of the definition swap transaction that we would have executed. And at this point in time, I would also like to say sincere thanks to both TNC and the IADB, not only for partnering with us to provide a mechanism that allowed us to execute the transaction. But for a lot of the technical assistance that they would have provided along the way and that they continue to provide along the way, this is certainly something that we could not have done on our own. So those thoughts, I believe, we are.
I think excellent. I mean, lots of numbers. I think you're being very modest in saying this is a conservation swap or a conservation deal, because I see a lot of numbers on that screen. I hope everybody understood it. I want to break up a little bit the presentations and get people awake. If you're half awake of the numbers or anything, it's a very interesting story. But I want to open up for maybe 2 questions, 3 questions. So Beverly, please be on hold and ready, because Beverly Wade from Belize will be the next presenter, and basically she will give the same story, but then from the Belize side of the government. So that would be also really interesting to see what are the differences. How has Belize managed this deal? But any burning questions now for Antonino? Any, was it 6% or 8% and why? I see Karen Pendant. So the mic, again, there is no mic. So everybody has to be silent, and then the speaker or someone has to speak up.
Good morning, everyone. I don't have a question. I enjoyed the presentation. I just wanted to commend you, District Finance, for having courage and actually dedicating the conservation funds to environmental management.
Absolutely. I think I saw your hand. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a wonderful presentation. I would like to know on the milestones, the second to last slide. Have you thought about how the people who use these newly conserved spaces, like the commercial interest or tourism industry, how they monetize that, and whether or not they shouldn't provide additional return into the village when they now have a cleaner environment, better coral reefs, all of the operators who are there. It seems that we do this work, the conservation work, but then the people who benefit from conservation work don't seem to pay an economic benefit back into the conservation. So I just want
Somebody else can also, but maybe first Antonino, Jennifer maybe, but yeah.
I'll toss that question to Jennifer. All I would say is that it sounds very much like the question that was posed yesterday. Actually,
Yes. Yep.
So,
Yes. So, but yeah, Jennifer.
I think actually during my intervention, I was going to try to address that, because yesterday there was a conversation, basically a debate between debt for nature transactions and how do you value the ecosystem, especially marine ecosystems. So right now it is important that we keep those conversations parallel. There are synergies, but we shouldn't link them directly. It's important to say that. We need to be careful because we're having conversations on similar topics, but they're not the same. So as you were saying, the milestones that were set there are quite similar in every transaction that we have here. So Belize, Barbados. So one of the lessons learned I was going to share is that we need to be careful because each country has its own ways of doing things. And one thing we've seen in most countries is they still don't have the information to value those ecosystems. So that's also something that was, I saw it during the negotiations. The environment team was very solid and strong in saying, take it down a bit. The pace is going too fast. We're taking decisions on things we still don't know everything about. So this is important to say and to state that that's also part of the MSP, the Marine Spatial Planning process. So you need to ensure that all the stakeholders get to value that ecosystem, and not all of them will value it in the same way or still don't know how to value it adequately. So you were talking, for example, commercial tourism. Do they really understand that, for example, if the government doesn't do this type of transactions, they will no longer have the tourism they are expecting to get in the following years? If the government is not investing into resilient infrastructure, they will not have the beaches to keep on bringing tourists. So in that sense, yes, we need to value that. There are different methodologies. IDB, for example, is trying to support the government into valuing some of them. It's very still biased because it's not like you can put a solid number. You might put a number today and then the next day it's something else. We've seen it for how do you put a price on cost of inaction to climate change? It used to be not a lot of money 20 years ago. We started with the Stern reviews. Now it's getting bigger and bigger because we're still not getting the lingo, and especially we're not acting. So it's getting the benefits are even higher now because we still haven't had the kind of action towards investing in it. So I would say that yes, it's part of the MSP. The Coastal Zone Management Unit is working on it, trying to very much discuss and participate with other stakeholders. It takes time. It was part of a critical component of what the IDB was very much underlining the need to have those conversations, because as you all very well know, it might just go to the trash if someone just suddenly is like, you know what, I am not in it. Like I read it on the newspaper, but I wasn't invited, so I don't want to participate. So that's the kind of trust you need to build. And sorry, I might repeat myself later in my intervention, but it's part of the process. And to be honest, one of also the important things is we're all celebrating these transactions because they're innovative, and we should. But we also need to be careful that it's just the first step. Like we're in this, it's a long relationship. It's like you got married, you're happy, but you know what? And this is 5 years.
We made happy.
But you do impute value in other transactions, and I always wonder why it is you have goodwill to impute values to things that you want to measure. And we do this all the time, but right here we don't.
So I saw 2 hands, and I want to ask if everybody can please note down the questions, because I have 1, 2, 3, 4 people more, and Beverly is online, so I want to give Beverly, and then we can maybe have the full picture, and then you've heard of Belize also, and then we can also, mix those questions together as to how Belize managed the deal. But I do want to give the 2 people that I saw first the question, and then we continue, and then after, of course, we break down again, and maybe we have to have a bathroom break. I'm not sure, because we're supposed to continue until 12, but we'll see how it goes. I think, Caroline, I saw your hand, and then 1 there. So those 2, and then we move to Beverly.
Oh, you want me to go ahead?
Yes.
Well, I just want to actually echo what Karen Pantone said, that we are so impressed by your tenacity, and I hope that you and your entire department get a special award for this role. Craig and I come from St. Lucia National Conservation Fund, and what you said about political will being so important. But I think also really a Department of Finance is not scared, because I can see the complexity. Was there any one moment in the process that you found the most challenging, where you almost gave up?
For us, I don't think giving up wasn't something in the equation, so we should.
You have a tough leader.
Sorry, just to respond to that, I think it probably came at when it became clear that the original template wouldn't work in the case of Barbados, because the bonds had traded up to par unexpectedly. So the will to get something done was still very much there within the government, but it was just trying to find the financial solution, which is why obviously everything had to be rewired with the use of the IDB and the TNC guarantees, and that brought down the cost of financing so much that it made the transaction viable, even with debt being bought back at a very small discount of its value. The truth is, it probably would work even if the bonds had been bought back at par. That's how powerful the impact was, which is one of the things I was going to say a little bit later on. And I think if we look at the 4 transactions we've had today, Seychelles, Barbados, Belize, Barbados, and now Ecuador, it's clear that we had 2 broad models emerging. One which it's got high overheads, it raises money closer to market rates, but it still works so long as the debt being bought back is distressed. And then the other model, which is really Seychelles and Barbados, focused on raising money at the cheapest possible rates, making it viable both for distressed traders and non-distressed ones. So the 2 different approaches in terms of financial architecture.
So 1 more, and then we continue. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Just on Shanice presented first, she mentioned about participation plan. She said that it's about a 5-year process. But I just want to ask the question if there's any consideration that I can answer if the answer is not here. But it's really a continuous process that's ongoing and ongoing. If you put a timeline on completion and you're looking at an entity which is the health value resources that you plan your management area. It has to be continued, but by the time you complete, you're gonna know that there are changes. It's a critical part of volume and ecosystem services. So just want to put that note there that if they, I'm sure they're consideration, but just to know they shouldn't be 5 or 10 years. So hopefully some mechanisms have been put in place that after the initial draft of the plan is completed, which is not a physical plan, it's a an online system. You have methods in place to be able to ensure that's updated regularly so that the decision and the information is present to be able to make decisions very, very quickly. That's just one point. And then the second point, I think on your second last thing you mentioned about 30% of the marine space in EZ for conservation. That's correct.
That's the aspirational goal.
The aspiration. So my question is, what is being done for the community engagement to get their buy-in? Because I know that in many cases when we talk about conservation zone, almost every single case where community and stakeholder buy-in at the local level was not engaged from early, it really was not as successful as we envisioned it to be. I think that's a critical part that has to be focused on, especially with the fisher folk and with the tourism sector, who utilized effectively almost the entire set to be able to develop and generate revenue on earth for themselves. I think that's a really strong consideration. In terms of fisher folk, I remember in 2019 there were some issues when the wrong information was portrayed and it was automatically a pushback. I think that is something that needs to be engaged from as quickly as or as early as possible so that they of that. I know that's not the financing challenge, but it's an environmentalist and a stakeholder challenge, just or a political challenge as well. But just to consider that when moving forward, simply because I mean, even from particularly with the fisher folks, it's very difficult for them to effectively earn a livelihood at the moment, given that they have to go a lot further, they have to spend out in the season to catch. Sargassum is a major player in that issue as well, in that type of posts that are there. So if you're going to take 30% of that, let's say this is for conservation, I think from as early as possible, mechanisms need to be put in place to ensure that they're still able to put it. Otherwise, you're not going to get that could not necessarily derail, but make it very difficult to achieve what it is that you're going to achieve.
Right, thank you. So you want to respond or you'll use that in your intervention?
Maybe just a quick answer is like, yes, totally agree. Just one thing is like, you mentioned it should be an environment kind of matter. Actually, it's also a financial matter because the credibility of the transaction may be lost if suddenly the fisher folk go on the street and say, you know what, you're not going to count on us. And that's something we need to take into account because the credibility of the transaction, the partners in it, but mostly the government's credibility is at stake. So we need to be careful with that. And I would say that it is something everyone has under their radar, especially the government, because when they launched the MSP in January this year, they very much like stared at the media and were like, please be careful with what you put on the papers because you have conveyed sometimes the wrong message and then the next day we're in trouble. So this is something we are aware of and I'll share later, but we had a policy matrix in which we had, commitments between the IDB and the government so they could benefit from the guarantee. And part of it was to have the first stakeholder consultation since we entered the deal. So it was very interesting to see what happened in there, how it was answered. And for us, the most important kind of lesson learned from that process was the government of Barbados needs to lead and very much own the process 100%. So IDB needs to know what's their place as an advisor. And we very much need the government to lead on this and to very much tell the different stakeholders what's also their role in the process. And one interesting reaction, since we're in like a family gathering here, was that one of the stakeholders was there like, you know what, you call me every 6 months. So I just wanted to let you know that I'm sitting here, but my participation doesn't mean that I'm agreeing with whatever you're presenting today. So that's when you know that you're starting to see some dissent or some tension, and that's the tension you need to address. So we clearly have that as our top 3 priorities. It's not easy, you're always going to get tension, but I would say that the government is doing its best. And as of right now, for example, the IDB is financing communication specialists because communications nowadays is also how you gather buy-in, and an education specialist, because this is not only about, the finance or the conservation, the social dimension will be critical. And I would even say that if the deal falls out, it will be because of that. I don't think it will be a financial or a conservation.
All right. Great, thank you so much, and please hold the questions. So Beverly, you can hear us, over to you. I'm looking at IT also, if you can assist with putting up Beverly Wade's presentation. She would be the second on the agenda, right? We have it there. Over to you, Beverly, thank you so much. If you can keep it to 10 minutes if possible. So we can question. Again, this panel was for 2.5 hours, and I thought when I was planning is, oh, that's too long. Well, you don't see, but you're already almost, but
I'll try, but I can't promise 10 minutes.
all right.
So thank you very much. And again, I want to thank the organizers from the CBF for inviting Belize to, I think, a very important event, and very important, as some of the speakers mentioned earlier, as a region, we start looking at each other and looking at some of our experiences as we now look at non-traditional financing for our conservation and climate ambitions, and to also look at addressing debt. So next slide. So why the blue bonds for Belize? So in 2020, it was in the middle of the pandemic. Our tourism sector had contracted by 16.7%. And tourism is our #1 foreign exchange earner for Belize. And at that time, our debt equaled actually 133% of GDP. And so we were forced with a very untenable situation. We were in negotiations actually already with our super bond. We refer to the commercial debt that was restructured under this deal as a super bond. We were already in negotiations with those bondholders to defer payments on this debt. And they were really trading very low, basically as junk bonds between 38 and 47 cents on the dollar. We were also, like most small island developing states, challenged with identifying the financing for our conservation and sustainable development and climate change targets and ambitions. Next slide. So not only were we a country that's heavily indebted, we're also a leader in conservation. And for us, conservation forms a big part of our national economy. I heard the questions earlier about how do you value the conservation of these areas. And actually, approximately 50% of our GDP is nature-based in Belize. And that comes primarily from fisheries, tourism, agriculture, and some mining, and some forestry. But we were already a country that has 60% of forest cover, with 36% of our terrestrial surface area under protection. And we now have 20% of our ocean space under protection. But I just wanted to note that before the blue bond, we had already over 15% of our ocean space, total ocean space, under protection already. And so we had already committed. Belize was one of the first countries that had committed to the 30 by 30 initiative that's now enshrined in the recently agreed biodiversity strategy through the CBD. Next slide. So in terms of valuing our natural heritage, Belize have had a pretty good history of valuing its marine resources and its blue space. And it's been estimated that our coral reefs and mangroves contribute approximately $1 billion per year to our local economy through fisheries, tourism, and shoreline protection. And we've recently now created a baseline for our blue carbon stocks in Belize, which is another way. I think one of the questions earlier is how do we look at now valuing and monetizing these natural resources? And so we are very much keen on doing further doing the evaluations and now looking at exactly that. at monetizing these natural assets. Next. So basically, we saw our debt for nature swap or debt restructuring as really blue finance for ocean protection and transforming debt into conservation. We could go to the next slide quickly. So by leveraging our globally recognized commitment to responsible environmental stewardship, as well as longstanding partnerships, in this case with our strategic partner, the TNC, we were able to unlock non-traditional private sector finance and reorient our debt service in a way to invest in our natural capital. And so from our blue bond deal, at that time, we were able to negotiate the single largest blue bond globally, and it has now fallen to second, and we congratulate the government of Ecuador in now negotiating the single largest blue bond, I think about a little bit over a month ago. But it basically resulted in us reducing our total debt, our debt stock by 12% and our debt per GDP ratio by 25%. This was huge for us. It resulted in much needed fiscal space as a country. Some of that investment, some of that savings was just counted as debt relief, and some of it was then now invested in conservation. And so it has resulted in long-term investment in conservation for the next 20 years. The establishment of a conservation trust fund, which you'll hear more about from my colleague from the Belize Fund for a Sustainable Future, and who now sees approximately $4 million annually being directed into that fund for underground organizations to deliver on our commitments on the blue bonds, and also in marine conservation and sustainable use of our blue resources in general. And also an endowment fund was pre-financed with this deal by $23.5 million, and it's estimated to have available for us approximately $90 million by year 2041. Next. So the process undertaken, it took approximately 1 year for us, but I will say that the discussions about a possible debt for nature swap for the blue space was happening, I would say, some 7 to 8 years before this deal actually gain the necessary traction and political commitment. And so the negotiations started in 2020, and by November 2021, it was closed. Next. Next slide. So very quickly, I just want to go through this. The presenter from TNC basically gave a generic flow of this. But basically, a wholly owned TNC subsidiary company was created, and that is really the company that signed the agreement with the government of Belize. And that company was able to mobilize foreign investors through Credit Suisse. It then loaned government of Belize an impact note, which was insured by the DFC. The DFC political risk insurance are very important for us because it created the necessary credit enhancements to allow Belize's bond to now be traded as quality rated bonds. And then the government then purchased its existing sovereign debt from the bondholders at a discount of 45%. Next. So the government then, currently now, the government now makes payments on that impact note, which was for approximately $363 million. And it also now, through conservation inflows, deposits through the Conservation Trust Fund, approximately $4 million per year. And also, as I mentioned before, it has now paid that pre-finance, that endowment that is expected to be mature in the next 20 years. Next. So like Barbados, there are conservation milestones that are associated with our agreement. Our conservation milestones are a combination. It's not just about the MSP. It also has a number of other priority areas for us. And I appreciated the presentation from Barbados, from the Ministry of Finance earlier, because our conservation milestones really entailed the government of Belize coming together and looking at what are some of the priorities that were already a part of programs, policies, and how this Blue Bond can really move these priorities forward. So the first one was our target of 30 by 30, that, as I said, we already had a little bit over 15% of our total ocean space conserved. The other one was also looking at the designation of lands within our Belize Barrier Reef System, which is a World Heritage Site, designated as mangrove reserves. And so the Blue Bond was seen as an opportunity to support that also. It was also looking at the Coastal Zone Management Act to revise that, and also to do the revision of our integrated coastal zone management plan. So our marine spatial plan is really building on our experience that we have had before through our integrated coastal zone management plan in Belize, and now expanding it to our total ocean space, and looking at how we now strengthen and revise that integrated coastal zone management plan. We have 8 conservation milestones, and it is expected that we should have our marine spatial plan endorsed over a period of 5 years. And at the 8th year after signing the agreement, we would also have in place management plans for the various areas that have been recently approved. Next. Alongside those conservation milestones, we also have conservation commitments that the government of Belize is encouraged to also support through the Blue Bond. And these are over a number of areas, from fisheries, strengthening fisheries management in Belize, looking at strengthening watershed management, strengthening the legal framework for aquaculture. As I mentioned before, looking at our World Heritage Sites, how do we strengthen our national frameworks through the environmental impact assessment regulations, and also through the conservation of key ecosystems within them, such as mangroves, looking at, and also looking at high seas fisheries, and finally putting in place a framework for blue carbon, which is important for Belize in terms of its long-term strategy of looking at a nature positive, moving towards a more nature positive economy. Next. So I won't get into the fund because my very esteemed colleague is there on the panel from the fund, but I just wanted to say that in terms of how these funds are expected to reach the various levels of participants or people in country, is primarily through the Belize Fund for a Sustainable Future, which is an autonomous body. And as my colleague, Dr. Ricketts, will explain, they're committed for us to deliver on commitments under the Blue Bond, but also look at broader investments in terms of even private sector investments in terms of blue economy development. Next. So I just wanted to quickly say that we have two flows coming out of that fund. We have one that's called the Government Strategic Allocation, and that Government Strategic Allocation is a non-competitive allocation, unlike the grants program that is earmarked for government agencies to support the achievement of the conservation commitments, including in the Blue Bond Agreement package. And it's approximately for 40% of the funding flow that is coming into the fund on an annual basis. Next. Next slide. And very quickly, just to show the widespread of how that money is now being invested into government, just wanted to show that we've received our first grant from the Government Strategic Allocation, and it spans across fisheries, coastal zone management, Belize high seas fisheries, the Forest Department with regards to improving their MRV for mangroves, and also looking at socializing mangrove reserve regulations, looking at enhancing enforcement. So the Coast Guard has gotten a portion of this grant, and also through the Blue Bond unit, who now is a unit that which is charged to really coordinate all of this at a national level. Next. Next slide. So just very quickly, I wanted to talk about our marine spatial planning process, the Belize, and it's now dubbed the Belize Sustainable Ocean Plan. And as you can see, it's a framework that's very much built on our experience with our integrated coastal zone management planning, but is expanded to ensure that we have the necessary inputs through this process as it goes on. Because one of the questions that was fielded earlier was, how do we now also ensure that we have the grass everyday person being able to feed into this process, but also alongside the science, the conservation work, the development sectors also. And so this is just a snapshot to show that it's a very inclusive process. And as I said, it is expected to roll out over a period of 5 years. Next. Next slide. In terms of our Blue Bond implementation also, it is coordinated under the Office of the Prime Minister, because we recognize that it required very high level coordination, intergovernmental and intersectorial. And so it is led by it is headed by the CEO in the Office of the Prime Minister, that is supported by a CEO committee that's made up of key government agencies that are integral to delivering on our commitments under the Blue Bond. And it's led by myself, who is a director of the Blue Bond unit, and is supported by a team. Next. So in terms of success, impacts, and recommendations, I just wanted to sum up in a nutshell that for us, the Blue Bonds meant a reduction in our national debt. It resulted for us in significant reduction in debt services, approximately $200 million over 20 years. It resulted in funds for marine conservation actions, $180 million over 20 years. The creation of an endowment for long-term financing. It also resulted in conservation funding and mechanisms for new initiatives. So we are now able to leverage our success of the Blue Bonds and to now use our success to now look at new mechanisms. And we are currently, as Government of Belize, working with partners now to develop a project for finance permanence for Belize for our coastal and marine areas. That's also looking at long-term funding for those areas and in terms of conservation and livelihoods. It has also created credibility for future private sector investments with ambitions, as some of the persons through their questions and interventions mentioned that a lot now the government has so much depending on its ability to now deliver on our blue bonds, and it has now created the kind of credibility that there is a space for now private sector to invest with ambitions. It is now a tested model as seen. It has now been looked at as a model for replication, and it would now lead to improved management, a healthier ocean, and sustainable economic opportunities. Next slide. I just wanted to touch very quickly on this, and this is only 2 slides left. I wanted to talk about scalability and replicability as we talk about it as a region. And so there are really 3 things that are key when we're looking at scalability and replicability. One is that we have to have commitment at the highest level, and that commitment is requiring additional financing by countries, especially developing countries, as we become aware of the threat of climate change and also the role that natural resources can play in our economic growth. So that commitment is crucial. The other thing is that key to these transactions is the affordability, the availability of credit enhancement. If we didn't have the support of DFC, and I guess you could see in the other deals, the IDB, we would not be able to have had necessary credit enhancement that allowed our deal to be successful. And so this is key. And as we could see, it's not just the DFC, but there are other multilateral development finance institutions that can provide this similar type of risk mitigation products to do more deals in the market. Next. And finally, as mentioned by Barbados, and I believe one of the earlier speakers, that while debt conversions work well for sovereign governments trading at discounts in the capital market, these kind of deals are not necessarily exclusive for countries that are threatened by high debts. Many countries have high coupon bonds, and even if these trade at little to no discount, they can still be refinanced with lower coupons and longer tenure to create significant funding for conservation. Many countries also have commercial bank loans that, while not often traded in the market, have high interest rates or short tenors that can be good candidates for refinancing into a lower interest rate and lower tenure loans. And I believe that's my last slide. Thanks. Yeah. So thank you very much. And you can follow us on various social media platforms. And as I said, that we are very grateful to be able to share experience and hopeful that our experience can help other countries that's looking at financing solutions and also looking at it from a debt restructuring perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Beverly. Thank you so much again for your time, for the presentation. Very interesting also to learn about the mechanism for Belize. Unfortunately, I'm not taking questions now, so please note them down. I have 3 more people who want to make a short intervention, I hope. Again, I thought 2.5 hours was too long for a panel discussion, but you can see one can be mistaken. So without further ado, again, I have 3 more people who want to make an intervention. And I will ask Jennifer to go ahead, and then when we're done, we'll open up, and then after it's also time for lunch. So I do invite everybody to please network during lunch, and we will do the questions at least until 12 o'clock. Yes, please go ahead, Jennifer.
Perfect. So I'll think to be nice, and I didn't bring a PowerPoint, so I'll stick to 10 minutes. And we'll just go ahead with a couple of items that we've been discussing very generally, but I would like to share the IDB perspective. So first of all, I would also like to reinforce that I applaud the presence here of Antonino, Beverly online, because you don't know how impressive it is to have ministries of finance getting involved in this. It is one of the biggest, clearly underlining that and keep them involved. So, it's like, again, I'm not going to use a relationship metaphor, but this relationship needs to go for a long time. So in that sense, when we started this work with the government, it was important that on the outside, they wouldn't only look at the IDB as the bank, but we both provided advisory on the financial side, but also on the environmental side. So you don't have my colleague here, but he was working on the financial side and very much advised Antonino and her team on that specific focus. So I will not be kind of addressing that, the financial side, but I'll be addressing the environment one. So it was interesting to see that the government wanted to go ahead with this deal, and we were happy to help them do it. And that's how we started with a guarantee. How does the IDB provide that guarantee? We do it based on a policy matrix. So we had to identify with the government different items, policy triggers that could be done before the emission, so that the IDB could support the emission of those blue bonds based on a specific set of commitments. And those have nothing to do with which was presented by Antonino, which are the conservation and sustainability commitments and agreements that are part also of the deal. So for example, this is also very much a possibility that was offered to us because we've been working with the government of Barbados for quite a time. So that it meant that we were able to include different items that we had already designed and were under development with the Blue Economy team, because Barbados has a Blue Economy strategy developed with the support of the IDB, but we very much needed to operationalize that. So that implied trainings, but also understanding and valuing the activities, and to understand very much on like, what's the Blue Economy for Barbados? Because as you may have seen here on the Belize example, they were talking about mangroves. We all know here that Barbados has one mangrove, potentially a second one. And that's important, but as you said, if you don't know about it, and now we would be able to value it and even get money out of it. But it took some time, and now that we're seeing that the right stakeholders are taking into account, it is important that we keep on doing it. So for us, it was important to see how can we push what the Ministry of Environment has been doing for a long time. Now that the Ministry of Finance sees the opportunity, continues to finance and support those resources. So when we talk about resources, it's both human and financial resources. Because remember, we're talking about ministries of environment, which in any country are the first ministries to get their budget cuts, to have less employees. So, it's not only Barbados, not only the Caribbean, it's any country around the world. So how do we see this as a win-win relationship? Because the Ministry of Finance, of course, is interested in the innovative financial instrument. But something I really liked that Minister Strong stressed yesterday was like, we should be looking at this not only when we're under stress. This is something that should be our everyday life. So now that we've done it once, we should go for a second one. And I don't know if some of you noticed, he went actually and talked about a potential debt for climate transaction. So they do see the value added of this. And that's also when the Ministry of Environment must see it as an opportunity to keep on working together. Because also sometimes it's like, oh, they're taking my work, and as if it was theirs. And we've noticed it, even at the IDB, my financial partner is always like, oh, you don't know about these things. You take care of the, the animals, the environment. I'll take care of the numbers. So that's where we need to create a bridge in which we can talk the same language, because sometimes it seems to be English, but clearly it is not. So as Antonino was saying, we were running at different paces. And suddenly people were waiting for us, like, oh no, those environment people, they're working on the milestones and do not want to agree. And that's also an interesting story that we need to share, because we're all talking about 30%, like, oh, of course, let's do 30%, because why? Scientists say it's 30 by 30. Of course, Barbados has to do that. No, it's not that easy. When you look at it, only 10 countries around the world have right now 10%. As of today, Barbados doesn't even have 1%. So can you see the amount of work this is going to require? And this is not easy. So it's also when IDB was like, let's work on this. For example, the earmarking budget that TNC was presenting, this was one of the key negotiation items we had on our agenda. We needed the BESF to have an earmarked budget for the MSP. And still, that's not enough money. the coastal zone management unit will require additional resources. So for example, the IDB, that's why we approved a technical cooperation of $600,000. This is not in-kind support. This is real money that we worked with the government to see where they wanted this to be allocated for. So we have right now a couple of consultants supporting the government. We also have a new consultant that's going to work on an ocean draft policy. That is important too, because we need to keep building momentum, but also institutional capacity, because that's also something we identified. They need people, and that we need to build efforts so that in 5 years from now, they actually can, kind of structure the deal on their own. Because at the end, the IDB is always going to be here to support, but the principal actor of this deal is always the government. And again, that's also why I'm very happy that Antonino went first, and that we see the government as the main protagonist of this movie. It's not IDB, it's not anyone else, it's the government. So in that sense, when we keep on working with them, what does it mean? Right now, it means that we need to make sure that the marine spatial planning process document is running. Because as Mo was mentioning, this is a milestone for 5 years. We need sometimes milestones, because if not, we get lost. That's how we are, human beings. You need a deadline, because if not, it's like you start your PhD, and if they don't tell you when to finish it, you might take forever to end it. Sorry, Mo, that was no pun intended. Take it back. But in that sense, it is important also to translate it into the financial part, because you need milestones to very much back up this transaction. That's why we have specific deadlines. But those deadlines also correspond to the amount of work that right now CZMU must work on. And for that, they need support. So right now, what we're doing with them is also trying to find opportunities for training, because other countries have been doing the work, and they could, get lessons learned, leapfrog the problems and challenges. And Beverly was also mentioning, we had an event a couple of weeks ago for Oceans Day, in which Ecuador, Belize, and Barbados were talking about oceans challenges, but also opportunities such as the debt swaps. In this sense, they want and ask the IDB to support them in a specific collaboration, because they want to exchange among themselves. Because it's not usually, IDB is not going to have all the answers, but if we can support these exchange, it would have been interesting. For example, we even noticed that Belize and Barbados could have learned a lot on how to deal with TNC or IDB way better if they had exchanged a couple of tips on how, to do this. So this is what we need to do. And I guess that would be my main recommendation today is like, yes, these instruments are amazing. They do offer the opportunity for additional financing, also additional commitment, because again, when we go back to the 30%, Barbados has an NBSAP, which is basically the biodiversity commitment towards the international world. So this 30% wasn't new, but it was a political commitment. Let's just say it like a inspirational, aspirational commitment. But it is still one, but now it's very much linked to a financial instrument. So this is when you're not joking anymore. This is important when you see the value added of very much talking to one another. Again, for example, when the IDB, and you must have seen a couple of news a couple of days ago, it was we included in these transaction a pandemic and a hurricane clause. The IDB has been doing this for years. Now some entities are celebrating themselves because now they discovered those clauses and want to use them too. We're happy. It's a bit late, but better than never. So how can we keep on promoting this? Because this very much helped the transaction. But even it was interesting to listen to my financial partner who was saying, Jennifer, when we go to the market, they don't like the clauses. They're like, no, you're telling me they're not going to pay? It's like, no, we're telling you that in case that there is, a disaster, we're going to put it on hold. It's better to be late than to default. But as of now, the markets are not liking those clauses. So how do we ensure that we can change the playing field? And that's where the IDB has a role to play, and we'd like to keep on playing that role. But it is important that we all share those tips on how to better do it. So that would be my intervention today. So I hope I was short and clear.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jennifer. No, very interesting. Again, we'll keep the questions. So the agenda actually has a flow, as you see. We talk about flows and processes. And we now leave the word to actually, we've had the money, right? We've had Antonina done his work. She spoke with Jennifer, they made a deal, they signed all the paperwork. And now the work has to be done, right? And what is the role of a conservation trust fund? So ladies first, I guess. I'll leave it first to Leandra. Leandra has a presentation, right? So I'll ask IT, right, please do stand up. And over to Leandra, please, for the presentation.
And I'll try to be 10 minutes. It might be 15. Okay, I make promises. I'll try to speak slowly because I tend to speak fast also. So I'll run through, next slide, please, background about the fund. The long name is the Belize Fund for a Sustainable Future, but it's complicated even for us to roll off as an acronym. So I'll refer to it as the Belize Fund. That's our new name we're putting out there. And we are a private nonprofit entity established March of last year, so March 2022. So we're a little over a year old now. And we're a nonprofit fund, and we're supporting the primary purpose we were established for, besides managing the funds coming out of the Belize Blue Bond, is to support conservation and climate change adaptation in Belize. So all the funds we have, aside from supporting the achievement of the conservation commitments, are to also help Belize and Belizeans toward a sustainable future for the country. Next slide. So how we governed, as I mentioned, we're an independent board with a non-government majority, and we have 5 non-government members and 4 government members, and the makeup is to be representative of the major stakeholders in our blue space. And it's a 9-member board, so we have 3 founding members. 2 are non-government. That one is the TNC, the Nature Conservancy, as they were instrumental in the whole arrangement of the Blue Bond. And then we have our second non-government founding member, that's the Belize network of NGOs. And so this is a consortium of all Belizean NGOs. So they have a member that sits on our board. We have a member from academia, in this case, the National University of Belize. And then we have included 2 of our important sectors, the fishing sector through a rep from the Belize Fishers Council, and our tourism sector from our Belize Tourism Industry Association. So that makes up our 5 non-government members. And on the government side, we have 4. Founding member was our Ministry of Blue Economy. And so when the current government came into office, they were visionary in establishing, so it's the first time Belize has had a blue economy ministry. It's very new too, it's still figuring out it's what it's doing and its plans, but it's very instrumental because a lot of the work now that the fund supports, the work that's supposed to be achieved through these commitments is tied very closely to this ministry. And then we also have the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Reduction, very long name, but I've only put the important parts here. And they're included for their work with the environment, of course, with some of our protected areas and sustainable development, climate change. And then we have the Ministry of Finance. They also sit on our board, a representative from there. And we count them as government because they are the opposition. So we have a bipartisan representative. We wanted to be inclusive. We wanted the opposition to have a voice. And so they are there on our board. And to ensure independence, when decisions are to be made, it has to be a non-government majority present for quorum. If we don't have that, we can't make decisions. Next. So how our funding work, we heard briefly from Beverly some of that. I'll go into it a little more. The exact figures, I'm giving more exact figures here. 84.7 million US is the amount of funds, it's a sinking fund we have for the next 20 years, so to 2041, because this kicked into effect 2021. And annually, we get about 4.2 million US. It starts out lower and at the end it's up to that annually. In conservation payments that the government pays to the Belize Blue Investment Company, which is a subsidiary, that independent subsidiary of the TNC. 20% you heard is for operational costs, and the remaining 80% is split 50-50 between our two main programs that I will get to shortly. And then there's also an endowment fund that's established, 23.5 million US, and it matures in 2041, and it's currently managed by the TNC, so not managed by the fund. I mean, we're new, we have no capacity, but we do expect over time we want to engage TNC to build our capacity, because once in 2041 it will be transferred to us, and then we take over management of that endowment fund. Next slide. So our two main programs, you heard a little from Beverly, the government strategic allocation, and as she said, this is earmarked. It's not competitive, it is money solely for the government, but it's managed through the fund. So there's a process for review of that I'll go into a little bit. And then we have our competitive program, which is a grants award program, and that focuses more on our non-government stakeholders. Next. So the government strategic allocation, this money is to help the government achieve those 8 milestones you saw, and I'll put them up back shortly. Those commitments there. And so it's about when we break it down, it's about 1.8 million US annually that goes to the government and it's implemented through the blue bonds and finance for permanence. I have a typo there, project. There's also project finance for permanence that's paralleling this work right now, focusing on our protected coastal and marine protected areas. So under the GSA, the blue bonds and finance unit that Beverly is a part of, they apply to the fund, they present their proposals on the work program and work plan that government wants to achieve in helping them meet those commitments. And the fund reviews and approves and disperses those funds. We're doing it in 3-year blocks. So currently there's from 2022, because we received funds then, although we just started rolling them out this year, to 2025. Next slide. So these conservation commitments, she showed them already, but I just want to say here that, we look at the schedule of the conservation finance agreement in terms of the fund and with their applications to ensure what they're submitting is aligning with the timelines, and when we fund them, we will ensure that they are helping to get there at the end when to meet these deadlines, because there are certain timelines for them. So currently we're supporting work under milestone 2, 3, 4, and 5. Next slide. Now for the grants award program, these are allocated to non-government entities. It's approximately the same value as the GSA, so 1.8 million annually. But now this is through a competitive process. They apply for grants, and we have 4 thematic areas, and we do an annual call, and our call is opening in August. This is our second call, and it's a 2-step process. So our first call was in December last year. We were just up and operational in November, and we really wanted to meet the timeline that was set for us. So we pushed to get a call out, and that will be the first set of grants that I will run through shortly that we awarded. But our normal schedule is August, and we learned from our first, it's learning as we go. So from that first call, we learned it would be more efficient to have a 2-step process where we invite concepts, we help them refine those concepts and accepted concepts, and move forward now to full application development for solution. And throughout this, the staff of the fund provides support and guidance to all interested applicants. We have a very small but capable team. There are only like 3 members in my grants team. I mean, we're only a year old too, so. But we're also trying to be efficient. We don't want to be a fund with very high overheads. Next slide. So these are the thematic areas that we fund under the GAP. So the first is protection for biodiversity. So it's aligning with some of the milestones that you see there, all related to biodiversity protection. We have sustainable fisheries. That's a big part of what Belize depends on for its resources, and we want to ensure that that is sustainably managed. So promoting a lot of sustainable fishing methods, looking at new fisheries, areas that we haven't been fishing before, and looking at more sustainable fisheries management approaches there. And then there's climate resilience. So looking to strengthen not just our ecosystem resilience, but also the communities, to looking at more sustainable livelihoods. And then blue business innovation. We want to be able to incubate and support a growing blue economy. So right now, there are a lot of dependence on the resources, but there's not enough business capacities or blue businesses, as we call them, that are coming out, right? And we want to guide, especially communities, stakeholders, to have more sustainable use by having sustainable businesses. So whether it's fisheries, ensuring their fisheries activities become more sustainable, they have value-added products or tourism, or even launching into mariculture or aquaculture. There's a lot of potential in Belize, but we haven't had the opportunity to explore that yet. So we want to try and promote that through this thematic area. Next slide. So who can apply to the GAP? Basically academia, universities, colleges, high schools, and they have to be registered entities. You know, we don't fund individuals, it's registered entities. NGOs, of course, private companies, and for private companies, we're talking about mostly local companies and more small, MSMEs. Yes, that. And then, of course, local associations and other community bodies. So whether it's a fishing association, a women's group, you know, that those kinds of groups, and there are a lot of them that are interested in accessing funding, but we're finding already we need to develop ways of mentoring and building their capacity, because many of them are unable to currently access funds based on the requirements we do have. So we're trying to adapt as we go to be relevant, while yet still meeting the standards we need to meet as a fund, of course. And then any other entities working towards the vision and mission of the Belize Fund. But the main caveat here I want to note, because we've had inquiries from outside, it's all Belizean entities we're funding. We're not funding foreign entities, because the money needs to go back into Belize. Next slide. So for our GAP, we have 3 categories. We have small grants up to $25,000 US for a year, medium grants between $25,000 to $75,000 for up to 2 years, and then large grants over $75,000 for 2 to 3 years. So far, we have only been able to fund medium and large grants. Unfortunately, like I said, we've recognized there's a capacity issue that we have a plan for working for this new call coming up. Next slide. So just to give you a snapshot of what we have funded in our first call, a total of $7.34 million US for over 3 years. And under the GSA, that's the little graphic on the left, we have awarded $5.8 million US there to those 6 departments you heard Beverly spoke about. And then on the right, we have 6 grants awarded to 5 NGOs and 1 academia. So there was a bit of concern from our fishing sector, community sector, that none of them got, awards. It was all the NGOs. And that's for 2 reasons. Not many fishing or tourism, well, no tourism people applied, and only 1 fishing group. But unfortunately, like I said, they were not active. They did not have the capacity to receive a grant. And so we followed up with them on what the next steps would be. And like I said, then this year, this call, we're really trying to see how we can help them be able to better access grants. Because the whole idea of this funding is it needs to get back to have real impact to the communities, to the users, to the stakeholders at, are using the resources, not necessarily just the NGOs. These NGOs, for the most part, are co-managers. So these are co-managers or people that support management of marine protected areas. But we also want to include users. Next. And so, having learned our lessons from that first year, we are working on strategic partnerships to provide support for marine protected areas in the long term. And this is primarily through the co-managers, because there's a challenge, you all know, here in finding resources for managing protected areas, right? And so we're working on a program that can help to do this. We're also working to develop blue business grants that target development of sustainable blue businesses. That's going to be combined with community mentoring, where we're empowering the coastal communities to be able to manage these grants, to be able to set up businesses or develop sustainable livelihood activities. Over the years, there's been a lot of capacity building in Belize. They come in, they train them, they let them loose, but they don't know what to do with that, right? They don't have to follow through. And so we feel mentoring is much more valuable than just sitting them in a workshop and mentoring. I think next might be the last one. Okay, yes, next again.
Excellent. No, thank you so very much. Very impressive. After 1 year, a new NGO, new fund. Yes, the numbers are impressive. You have the money, but still, it doesn't only take financial resources to make it happen on the ground. And I think the next speaker can speak to that. It doesn't only take dollar signs to make it happen. Gregory, over to you. And then after that, any burning questions, I think there's a lot of questions, but we'll see how to manage that and we'll go into it.
Sure.
Over to you, Gregory. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. I sit here, and as we were preparing for this presentation, Tanya said, you have 9 minutes in order to present. And I said, 9 minutes, I don't think I need to do a presentation. But I'm so glad that my colleague went before me, because essentially all I need to do is change some numbers in her presentation. And that essentially is my presentation. So for us, as you probably would have heard, we are the newer one. Ecuador would have come after us. But I think to a certain extent, when you start in Belize's presentation, TNC has learned as they've gone along on this process. So therefore, Seychelles being first, Belize being second, and Barbados being third, they are iterations that we have seen, amendments that we've seen in relation to a number of the process. And let me speak about some of them. So as you would have heard from Belize, they got incorporated in March last year. So we got incorporated in April last year. But that incorporation was essentially in order to start a process. And the process was in terms of ensuring the agreements that were being considered at that particular point in time, because the conservation fund would have been part of that agreement. So therefore, the BSF is an integral part of the conservation fund and agreement that would have been mentioned before. So therefore, for that agreement to be concluded, the ESF had to be already in place as an incorporated entity. So essentially what happened between, let's say, for instance, April and September, two things actually took place. So two critical things took place. One, when the BSF was actually established in April, it was established with what was identified as three founding directors, similar to what would happen in Belize. So essentially you had government, you had TNC, and you actually had the University of the West Indies as the academia. So therefore, they were the three founding directors of BSF. But because of the consultation process that would have taken place in 2019 in relation to other parties involved, it was necessary for other parties in order to come into that particular mix. And how that occurred was, the minister talked yesterday about the lawyers' involvement. So therefore, as part of the consultation, and I wasn't part of the consultation, but there's some people in this room that would be part of the consultation. One of the concerns that was raised is that you don't have the same people sitting around the table all the time. So it was thrown on the table as a challenge, from what I understand. How do you create this additional person on the board without having to change the board incorporation documents and the bylaws all the while? So essentially, Belize has 9 members on the board. Our board was then expanded to 11. So in actual fact, we started off with the three founding directors as reference, but then you have another class which was incorporated within the agreement called ordinary members. And those ordinary members included an additional 3 persons from government. And then you have the NGO community coming in. And the NGO community, which includes the Barbados Union Official Force as their ordinary member, the Barbados Chamber of Commerce representing, industry as an ordinary member, and the Caribbean Youth Environment Network representing ordinary member. And one of the ordinary members, which you would have heard about yesterday, was spoken by Dr. Carmichael or Sir Trevor, was the Barbados National Trust. They were actually invited to be an ordinary member, but did not take up their seat. So as a result of that, they went to the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Barbados in order to fill that role that was supposed to be in place by Barbados National Trust. But then we had one other member, and essentially how they agreed to that, they created something called a rotating NGO seat. A rotating NGO seat. So therefore, the way how it is structured is that the board members determine who this NGO would be. This NGO would sit on the board for at least a year, but it has 2 components to it. One, we invite somebody in order to take up that NGO rotation seat. And then that person, if they agree, will then determine who they're going to nominate as their representative on the board. And the board has to agree as to whether that person would enact. So what that did, it allowed, and it's a very, very creative way when you actually look at the incorporation document, because it allowed new member to come onto the board without having to change the bylaws. So therefore, every time you want to change, you have to then go and file new bylaws in order to accomplish that. So essentially what we ended up with is a board of 11, which includes 7 NGOs and 4 government representatives. But it also created a little bit of a challenge, because written within the bylaws and written within the Conservation Fund and agreement is that from a decision-making perspective, we have to have what is then referred to as a very creative quorum. So therefore, even if you have all 7 members NGO, you don't have a quorum, because the quorum requires at least 1 government representative to be present at all times. But as you know, with companies, directors have fairly broad powers. So the parties actually negotiated in the agreement in order to curb that power somewhat by creating a special provision within the bylaws itself that says certain decisions require a special majority. So therefore, it is not just the ordinary majority, it is a special majority, and the bylaws specify what that is, what it's all about. But taking a step back, the next step that we had to prepare for was in preparation for the the signing of the Conservation Fund and Agreement, which is what took place within September, which Antonio would have made reference to. So because the BSF was party to that particular agreement, it needed to come to the BS, it needed to be reviewed by the BSFF, and it also needed to be signed off. So therefore, we needed to have a number of board meetings in order to look at that particular document and sign off on that particular document. But that document included a number of conditionalities, and I just want to share some of them with you. One says the Conservation Fund be an entity that is legally independent from Barbados and TNC. That's important. Legally independent from TNC and Barbados, notwithstanding that Barbados and TNC, Barbados meaning the government, may have a role in the senior government functions of the Conservation Fund. So that's exactly what they do. They have a representative on the board, and they also have representative at all of the subcommittees that we've created. It goes on to say, have a board of directors or equivalent that is appointed by appointed members or equivalent, and that at all times is non-governmental according to the majority and number and voting rights. So essentially what that essentially means is that this entity has to be viewed as a non-government entity at all points in time. So therefore, even though you have funding from government, then it is basically hands off. And then it goes on to add, have a board of directors that have a broad representation from key stakeholder groups, which are all that I mentioned before, involving conservation and environmental sustainability activities in Barbados. And then one added part, it says, establish and maintain a consistent track record of supporting conservation and environmental sustainability activities and implementing robust governance practices in alignment with governing legal documents. Now, so essentially, since September, what we've actually been doing is actually putting in that governance framework. And when we actually look at what it is that we needed to do, part of that included about 30 different documents that we needed to look at. Bylaws being one, operation manuals, in terms of reference for everybody needed to be. And I can tell you, when you bring 11 people, and this is one of the indications that you have to be concerned about. You bring 11 people around the table and you give them a blank sheet of paper. You have to then create this entity. One of the things that we need to pay particular attention to is the people dynamics as part of that. Because you have 11 people who don't know one another, they're sitting in this room for the first time, and we're evaluating everybody around the table. So it will take some time for that group in order to start to gel. And to a certain extent, we don't pay a lot of attention to that in terms of your going forward. One of the key elements that we have, and also reported by my colleague, is that we need to operate a competitive grant award. So that is certainly one of the key areas that we are working towards in terms of developing our grant making framework, the grant agreement, the forms that will be necessary in order to do that, and then determine what our call for proposal is going to look like and how that call for proposal. So, I'm actually very delighted that the CBF is actually hosting this, because I now have a colleague to my right that I hopefully I can call on a frequent basis, because the lessons that they have learned, I can actually learn from that in terms of moving forward, because what is clear is that there is a great degree of commonality between what we are going to be doing and what they're doing. And I'm sitting here saying to myself, if somebody from BSF is going to be doing this presentation in a year, my presentation or that presentation is going to look almost identical to the presentation that you would have heard about this morning in terms of the thematic areas, in terms of the governance framework, in terms of what it is that we're finding. We certainly don't have any macros, but we certainly would find something else in relation to that. So a lot of the issues. So the key aspect that I really want to make reference to is that under, very similar to the lease, the key component is that we too have both a conservation payment fund as well as a sinking fund. So our conservation payment fund, which is slightly shorter than Belize, is 15 years as opposed to 20 years, is that over the next 15 years, we're going to be receiving approximately $22.7 million. And so that is the part that is actually going to be coming. Now, just like Belize, a portion of that is to be allocated to government for the development of the Marine Spatial Plan, primarily in year 1 to year 5. And then between year 5 and year 7 is actually the evaluation of that plan and development of the management action plan coming out of the Marine Spatial Plan. But it's also a sinking fund. So a portion, all of it doesn't come to us. A portion of it is actually designed in order to create a sinking fund, and that's approximately $15 million. So as you would have seen, if you make some rough calculations on that, depending on what you earn on that over a period of time, you can probably get to 3 or 4 times that amount in 2037. So therefore, over a period of time, this 15 million could actually grow to 45 to $50 million, depending on your investment return over the next 15 years or so. So we've already received our first tranche. I think Belize would have received those in the fourth quarter of 2022. Our first tranche came in at the end of the first quarter of 2023. So we already have been receiving some funding, and our major approach right now is to ensure that we channel that portion of it to the Coastal Zone Management Unit for the development of, or starting the process for development of the Marine Spatial Plan. Now, a number of stakeholders have said to us, what is the hold up? You have money, because that's always been the concern. You don't do anything because you don't have money. But, my grandparents always say to me, don't start before you're ready. Don't start before you're ready. So in this case, even though you have money, there are still a number of different elements that we need to be put in place. So therefore, as we're working through those and we're working swiftly to get through those, then once that is in place, then we can start the process of having, calls for proposal, and just like Belize, learning from their experience, it could be a concept note initially, and then we have a discussion on the concept note, and then we actually then have a formal proposal that was being provided. Now, I said one of the issues would be learning, because I've come here in order to learn from my colleagues. And one of the challenges in terms of putting in place, and I'm looking at the agreement and saying to myself, if government wanted to channel this money directly to on the government for conservation, they could have actually written that in the agreement. But they've actually channeled it through channeled it through the BSF. So therefore, it is expected that there is a role that the BSF would actually have to undertake in terms of looking at that. And I would like to have, an idea as to exactly what are some of the challenges that my colleagues would have had in terms of this money is coming from government, a portion of it is going back to government, but you have to play your fiduciary responsibility in relation to those particular funds. So you may have to say, yes, we can have it, but there's certain things that we need, or no, because there are pieces that are still to be considered by the Conservation Fund before you can have it, because the agreement is very clear. The agreement says that 50% over year 1 to year 5 needs to be channeled, not maybe, needs to be channeled to government for this particular process. But it's not an automatic process. So therefore, there is a role that the BSF and the board of the BSF has to play, and we need to understand what that particular role would be. So I guess for me, I've come here and I've learned a lot over the last 2 days. I've met a lot of people. There's still some people that I still need to meet, but it is clear that I'm not operating independently. There are experiences from persons around the table that I can actually draw from. And I think to a certain extent, we also have to pay particular attention to the role that is being played by IADB as a strategic partner, and the role that is being played by TNC as a strategic partner. So to a certain extent, I call on them fairly regularly, and Jennifer will know that is true, in terms of support that they can actually provide, because they're in it just like how we are in order to achieve a particular objective. So therefore, I know that I can call on them in order to provide that support to me. So 9 minutes.
Gregory, you're not alone, right? You are not alone. We are in this together, and I think together in this room, we're 8 conservation trust funds, including ourselves, the regional ones, but we have more. We have the one for Barbados. We invited you just walking. Thank you so much for coming here. So you have your own other trust fund who probably can use a couple of millions, but yes. But we're opening up the floor. We don't have a lot of time, but again, we're going into lunch, so please feel free to engage then. I'm going to give Danelia, because I saw her finger first, and Susan, and then the other lady next to Susan. That's 1, 2, 3. Please go ahead.
All right, can I ask everybody to just do an introduction and a reminder? We have translators, so please speak slowly, speak loudly so that the mics can catch. Thank you.
Good morning again, everyone. I'm Danelia Agency. I'm from the National Conservation Trust Fund of Jamaica. I had a question in particular to Belize. Belize has an existing conservation trust fund. Why a new fund? And a second question, the investment policy. Did you need to have an investment policy in place to mobilize those resources?
All right, so first question, good question, that we do have an existing fund. It's the Protected Areas Conservation Trust. However, that is not considered an independent fund because it's government controlled. So it's a fund, it's a statutory body through the Ministry of Sustainable Development. Okay, and they manage them. I say manage, they're in control of that for the most part. So then yes, they had to create a new solely independent fund from governments. You know, we all have the concern about governments redirecting monies. And that had actually happened from that fund several times. One is the
investment policy.
So we don't have an investment policy as yet. But in terms of for our disbursements, we have had to get in place our operational manual. We've had to put in place a grants manual and our environmental and social safeguard frameworks. So all that is already in place. And the grants manual guides the process.
Maybe a colleague from TNC is here. I asked that question because it was brought up if there is an appetite for what you call debt for nature swap in Jamaica. What would let the Conservation Trust Fund, because there's 2 Conservation Trust Fund in Jamaica, and there's an older Conservation Trust Fund, and you know what would make the decision be the trust fund over the older Conservation Trust Fund. So the point about an investment policy in place was one that we looked at or are looking at. So I just wanted to know if it was actually in place to mobilize the resources that you're already getting. I also wanted to commend you on the structure of your board, having a government director from opposition. A lot of people do not recognize the importance of that. The trust fund, I think, got some challenge because it was the ruling party at the time that had the decision with the Conservation Trust Fund. So when there is a change of government, you have to reintroduce the trust fund. It may not be their priority. It's a challenge to say, oh, it was established under that government. Oh, it's that government, that minister. So, you know, it's a challenge to get buy-in back from the winning government or the government now in place. So that was that was an excellent addition to your board, to have the opposition in the conversation, that if your government changes, the representation from opposition was already in the conversation. So it makes the transition even easier, and you don't have to be selling the Conservation Trust Fund to the new government. So that was excellent.
Can we go to the next
Yeah.
version and give everybody a little bit of a chance with lunch and after? I think Susan.
All right, well, I have a million questions, but I'll just.
One or two. Lunch.
So the first one that I was pointing at was for Beverly because she showed a slide for 1 second or someone showed it on her behalf.
Beverly should still be online.
Yeah.
Please direct the question to Beverly.
So my question was about the slide that you had. It was on the top left. It said Manatee. It was the awards that you had given to the different NGOs, and that's from my point of view, that was a really important slide, but you whizzed over it. So I was wondering if you could go. Is it chance to go back to that slide so I could, or even take a photo? Because Leandra, actually, you did have a slide which showed fragments of hope, Mar Alliance, and so on.
So that's one of the grants awarded through that we awarded through the grants award program. And it was a group the project is about manatee conservation. That's the one you're referring to.
It had a slide with all different ones, with the different groups that you.
Yes, and I showed that in our awards.
So what was you showed the fragments of hope and the S.
They were all there.
We don't know what SACD and
So it's just the name, yes.
What they stand for.
It's just the names of the entities. They were all, I was just summarizing, so they were all NGOs. So
yeah.
SACD is a group up in the north of Belize, Sargassum Alliance for Conservation and Development, that manages a large marine protected area in the north, or a coastal protected area. Okay. Fragments of Hope is an NGO that's doing coral restoration. You know them. Wild Trucks is an NGO that's doing the work with the manatees. And Mar Alliance is another NGO doing work with sharks.
Sharks?
Sharks, managing sharks, but also looking at, this project is particularly looking at fish spawning aggregations and the biodiversity associated with that, in particular whale sharks and whale shark tourism.
But what is the question? So I was going to ask, can we go to the question? And
that's
then,
fine.
Because we see a lot of.
Yeah, that's the answer. That's fine. That's enough.
Thank you so much. Okay, but lady to the next, the right, I have to say that.
Hi, I'm
name.
Pat Shako. I work as a climate advisor for the UK government. I wanted to ask, I guess this is specific to Belize, but anyone else can answer. When you were curating or soliciting proposals, what kind of support was available to ensure that the proposals had the robustness that you required and that they adhered to the selection criteria? Because one of the things we're seeing is a need for capacity building, and it'd be interesting to hear how you dealt with that problem.
So I think I had run over that in my presentation, but in the beginning, I indicated we learned from our first call. In the beginning, we had just gotten staff on, we put the call out, we put information, people applied, but as we started getting in proposals with not many, we got 15 and only 6 were screened forward. So that meant 9 were not necessarily to the level, whether it's a fully developed proposal or they met other requirements or it just wasn't technically sound or aligned with our thematic areas. So from that, we learned that that's why we went to the 2-step process. Then working with a concept, you share general ideas, just the basic goal objectives that you want, indicative budget, what you want to achieve. That's now the approach we'll take to then be able to give them more guidance. But we're also having a workshop at the start of the call to help them, guide them through proposal development. So using that concept, we'll be doing training and hands-on training to convert that concept into a proposal so we get more solid.
Do you give money for feasibility, pre-feasibility design?
We do provide, we will be providing, because we didn't last year, but planning grants if it's needed for anyone to do any type of basic studies as they prepare their application.
Right, Van Bern.
Van Monharry, Vincent Grenadines Conservation Fund. My first question is for Belize, just following up on Daniel's comment regarding your governance. Commend it because I think in that way you're unique. I'm not sure of any other conservation fund structured like that. But my question is, were there any challenges associated with an opposition? How did it actually, how was it actually recommended?
So it was a little before my time, but I was involved in another life during the stakeholder consultation. So that all happened during the consultations. They had a series of them starting late 2021 to design the fund. And the recommendation, TNC in discussions with government, I think facilitated that process. But the stakeholders all agree that we needed to include the opposition for the exact reasons that Daniel highlighted. Continuity. And so it wasn't much of there was no pushback for that, really. It was accepted readily. The challenge was just to be able to identify from the opposition who that representative.
My second question is directed at IDB. Is there any consideration, maybe a collab between IDB and TNC to have workshops and invite heads of government, Ministry of Finance, in particular, to these workshops so that they can understand the value for the swap, the climate swap, and how it could really, benefit the country.
So yes, basically, that's what we're trying to do. As you may have heard, right now we help Barbados and Ecuador and additional countries, but we need to keep the confidentiality, are coming to us for to replicate, the instrument in their own countries. So yes, we are trying to create basically a network, because what is happening is basically you're having a community of people and countries that are doing similar things, but in their own very kind of way. So just the fact that we're here. So for example, what the IDB did is introduce Greg to Tanya. So this is the kind of things we want to do, because the IDB is unable to do everything. And there are already people that know how to do certain things. In this case, conservation trust funds, they're specialists. So what we are doing is supporting in our best way possible. If we can do it with resources, we will do it. If we can continue building the network, which we hope will be something concrete in a couple of years. As of now, it's just basically a community of specialists. So we have calls sometimes and share ideas, but we did realize basically too late that we should have done this long time ago. So right now, for example, I met Beverly in Stanford because she was presenting the Belize case, and we did realize we should have, met way earlier to basically sometimes even exchange things you can't do in public or you can't do officially. So we are trying to create that. And again, we're trying to do it also very low profile, because sometimes you don't want to share things officially. And it's better to do it in a small space, safe space.
This is safe.
Yeah. So in that sense, yes, we are trying to do that. I don't know how it will end up, being, if it's official, non-official, a community thing. We always like to create things, but honestly, when we create things, then we need to find money to finance those things. So but I think resources can always be found, but it's important that you can make them live without you in it. So usually when they see IDB, they usually see us as the bank. And it's sometimes more sustainable to do it without specific resources, because when they're gone, because we can't be there all the time, they die too. So it's important to see how this community can live organically without being unrealistic and saying, okay, things can be done without resources. Well, not always. So, but yes, it is something we're trying to do. And again, it happened organically during our last event, where Ecuador and Barbados, basically behind the scenes, they were WhatsApping on oh, by the way, we could do this. And at the end, what part of the Q&A was by the way, can the IDB formalize this as a community of practice? So that's what we will try to do. But I think also participating here in those events is part of it.
Yeah. So who knows? You get a lot of phone calls after this, Jennifer. We can share contacts. I have it on WhatsApp. Karen, and then I see the lady, I think, after.
And I think there's a question online, so.
Oh, sorry, and then probably these will be the last, but feel free again, during lunch and after, and again, I have Jennifer's WhatsApp, so, you know, connect.
Thank you very much. First, I could stay here all day. But just some very specific comments from me. I've already talked to Antonino and Belize team about the meetings of the ministers of finance, because quite frankly, the ministers of finance need to call the other ministers of finance. And however we can help to facilitate that only makes sense. The trust funds in the room have already made that point to us, and we will see what we can do to help with that. For Jennifer, I think the point that I wanted to echo that she made was there are parallel tracks, because there is a discussion that when we know the cost of the mangroves, we will be able to pay it off or save it. Do I need to go further? That just does not happen. We have to be very careful about using those types of phrases and clumping everything, because mangroves need to be saved and there are conservation trust funds. Once everything is sorted, we're all done. The reality of all that we're doing is really not to solve everything and stop. It's to figure out how we solve where we are, to move ahead to the next thing that we need to solve, and to keep going. And the idea that I want to echo behind that is the idea of the conservation trust funds. For those who don't know, there are practice standards for the conservation trust funds. I am older than I look. Is that the right way of saying? I always get it wrong. Or I'm younger than I look. I don't know which one. We've been around a long time working with conservation trust funds globally. The design of conservation trust funds has been first of all, changes. It's thought out and it keeps being revisited to make sure it makes sense for long-term on-the-ground funding for conservation. So for example, the idea of having an NGO majority on the boards and making sure that there is NGO majority involved comes from those practice standards. So the world of conservation trust funds has really been advocating for due consideration for NGOs and in the form of trust funds to think for on-the-ground long-term solutions to the work that needs to be done in the various countries. And it's important for a number of reasons. The idea that when a grant is finished, it's over and we need to move on is again something we need to move away from. That conservation trust funds can help with creating the projects and the grants that make this long-term and continuous. So that's really what the trust funds need to think about and to work with, that we can continue capacity building in each of the countries, that it's not something that's short-term and we need to talk about. Everybody has heard me say, I'm frustrated to hear that the Caribbean doesn't have the capacity to do the work we need to do. It's here, but they don't pay us quite as well as they pay others to do the same work. And so some of us who may want to do it don't necessarily do it. So the idea of how we reach out. The other is that if the capacity in the region for grant making is at a level, we need to know what that level is for the Caribbean across the board. It can't be that there is a capacity and nobody's meeting it. There's a gap in that discussion. And so it needs to be a discussion of how do we work with Caribbean NGOs on the ground to get grants on the ground. So as I said, I could go on, but those are the few points I wanted to make and I know that Omar, who I need to meet so that he can hear me from Cropper Foundation, has a question and I throw back.
So let's first go to the lady here, who has a question, and then we go online.
Sure, thank you so much. Good morning, Nikki Hassel. I'm the Resilience Specialist for the U.S. Agency for International Development. Just want to extend congratulations again to the government of Barbados, the IDB, and the TNC, and all the trust funds. UNDP Jeff for bringing us together this morning. I've really enjoyed the discussions, all the information shared. I just wanted to pull on a thread that piqued my interest yesterday. The minister spoke about the debt for climate swap. I know we just talked about the debt for nature swap and how complicated and arduous this was, but sounds like the government is now sort of maybe taking a step to undertake this new initiative, and just curious if there's any information that can be shared about that at this stage.
One of you.
Fortunately, I would have to say at this stage, from me, no.
I will follow the official.
That's such a quality answer. All right, so no, so you can Google it again. Or ChatGPT, but yeah, unfortunately, the confidential resources are not ready yet, to share. Yes, in due time, I'm sure
Exactly.
it will come online and Google will help us to get ChatGPT nowadays, yes. All right, we go to the online question. I'm not sure for whom it is, but I will read it out loud and please feel free. The question is, how have people's experiences with Caribbean private sector engagement, large companies, financial institutions have been with regards to financing beyond sponsorships? I don't know if the question is, but I think yesterday, unfortunately, Mohammed or Omar wasn't online, but it was touched a little bit yesterday by Sir Travis, where he indicated that actually people gifted land or whatever to conservation trust fund or to the museum, I think, or the right. So it is possible, but I don't know exactly if Jennifer, yeah,
Maybe
you want to just say something?
It's a great question because it does remind me that I forgot to mention this. But last week, for example, we had breakfast with the private sector to talk about the marine spatial planning. And basically, we started with an inspirational speaker who came and talked to the different private sector representatives about the importance of the ocean. So it is interesting because when you talk about this to island people, SIDS, private sector, they know about this. But basically what they told us is like, how do I get involved? And beyond sponsorship, because it's just like, if we keep on having, like niche ideas, we're not going to get very far. So basically what we ended up agreeing is that the IDB, and especially IDB Invest, or private sector window, will work with them for a roadmap to see what's the role of the private sector here in Barbados as part of the marine spatial planning process. It was also interesting to see that they were saying there's not enough data, but the government was there and was saying, no, we do have data, but still don't know how, like we have to update it, there are gaps. So it's also how do we establish, again, a trust relationship, because the government has a role to play. They want to invite the private sector, but it's still kind of a complicated relationship on how do we engage with one another. So it's like, okay, we have data, but it could be better. So how can the private sector come in? Like data is also part of what they can bring, not only resources. And also, and when we talk about specific actions, we need to kind of open the mind of the private sector and tell them it's not only on how you can use your CSR resources, like, oh, I'll give you money. And now and then you'll have kids coming and I'll be, putting my logo on that. No, it's actually your value chain is part of this, like where is the hotel industry and how they need to understand that the MSP, if they don't want it to be something imposed, then they need to participate, actively participate, and even constructively participate. So in that sense, as of now, it's another document that is going to be developed, and it's going to be the MSP roadmap for the private sector. I think it's going to be an interesting conversation. It might not be, perfect at the beginning, but it's at least, an open commitment to have this conversation going. And we'll see how far it goes, because I'm pretty sure they're also interested into seeing this becoming financially sound. But it's interesting also that if we don't have the value for this, they're only going to see what's in it for them. So it's a complicated but interesting conversation at least.
Yeah. Actually,
I just wanted to add on that a little bit. In Belize, as I mentioned, we're looking, it's not a part of the Blue Bond initiative, but we're currently designing a project for finance permanence. And our interaction with the private, there's an interaction with the private sector that's looking exactly at that, financing beyond sponsorships. So looking at the private sector playing a bigger role in long-term financing for natural capital conservation and management. And it's more of a blended finance approach, and looking now as the IDB rep just mentioned, looking at us bringing to the private sector the services, the very important environmental services that are provided by nature when they're functional, and translating those now into payment for environmental services, actually. And that's more, and so looking at mechanisms like that, that provides a more long-term financing support than just grants. So our PFP will be looking at as I said, it's a blended approach. It does have a component for government inputs and for grants, but there's a section there that we're looking at that is very much targeting private sector to look at long-term financing for natural capital and the role that they may play in it. I just wanted to mention one quick thing about the decision for going to another fund for Belize. As mentioned by the rep from the CBF a while ago, it's a matter of now looking at best practices, but also being strategic at the end of the day. It's not to say that government majority trust funds are not transparent or they're corrupt. It's to now look at what you want to achieve at the end of the day. And the BSFS is meant to evolve into a special purpose vehicle that can now look at harnessing and crowding funds from various actors that would not necessarily be attracted to a government majority fund. And so there's nothing to say that you can't have different types or models of funding of trust funds in your country. I know some countries that have several that are working. It depends. You have to look at the purpose, and it's a matter of looking ahead in the future and to see where do you want to position yourself in terms of crowding funds and capitalizing nature and your objectives at the end of the day. So I just wanted to make that clear there. And just to say that in the case of our National Trust Fund, it merely manages tax inflows that are coming in from visitation fees that are really taxes that the government of Belize collects, which is another model, and it then disperses those for various conservation initiatives. So just my 2 cents there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Beverly. I see a lot of hands, but I also, to actually build upon the question, the inputs from both Beverly and Jennifer. When we were planning the workshop, we received an email, and Neil, you can indicate where you actually saw this invitation or this announcement for this workshop. And Neil indicated to us, oh, he's interested to attend the workshop. Neil is from the private sector, and so please introduce yourself and explain why you're here and your interest.
I am Neil Florian from Micro Developments out of St. Vincent, and my particular interest is in the creation or expansion of new areas, so MPAs. And I guess my question is really, and Minister of Finance and IDB, like, have you actually quantified the actual cost or the investment required to protect, let's say, for example, the 30% target? What's it really going to cost? Because, you know, for Barbados at 1%, how are we going to get from 1% to 30%? And what's that actual
don't seem to very creative.
So what's the
private sector?
I think we don't have a number. There's no, like, we could go for a kind of back of the envelope assessment. And I think as human beings, we love that. You know, it's like, oh, I'll give you a number, and then you'll go to the world and be like, okay, I need 100 million. So who's willing to participate? There is an incentive of doing that. It's also, I believe, it's never going to be totally true, because can we really assess how much money we need? Because we're only going to do it based on current figures. So right now, the government does not have enough resources to go for the almost 1% that they are trying to protect. So I don't know, for me, I feel very uncomfortable bringing a figure, but I understand why we would like to have one. So as of now, the real deal is we don't have a number. And that's why, again, we were very careful when we were saying the parallel tracks. The 50 million that we now have under the BESF do not mean that that's how much it will cost for Barbados to get to the 30%. There is no direct link. So we need to be careful with that. But we need to ensure that part of those resources that have been allocated for the Coastal Zone Management Unit assess the value of what we're trying to protect. So in that sense, it's not going to value the amount of investments needed, but actually the benefits of this conservation objective. So I think that part of the roadmap I was mentioning with the private sector, we'll try to assess, like, what's your willingness to pay? Because also the private sector needs to give us a hint on like, okay, do you very much value your business and therefore can tell us beyond your CSR, how much you're willing to continue, providing to the ecosystem so it's still there and you can still make money out of it. But as of now, we don't have a specific figure.
All right, yeah, I'm going to close. I want to give Carolyn, our CBF chair, the closing remarks, so you can actually, incorporate everything in one. But I just wanted to say, I think, thank you to everyone. The discussion is really alive, so please continue that during lunch and all the breaks and tomorrow and whatnot. And I think next year we will see each other, hopefully organized by Belize. I invite someone to be the host for a discussion next year. I think this is really interesting and we need to keep the momentum, keep the discussions going, share practices, share the lessons learned. So I'm looking towards a nominee for the hosting, but we won't make any decisions and votes. But let's see. Carolyn, please, closing remarks, and then it's time for lunch.
I actually wanted to make a comment as well, so I'll do both. I'll have a comment and I'll do the closing remarks. On the comment, let me first put on the hat of Chair of the St. Lucia National Conservation Fund and remind myself I was the president of the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association. I want to give you some hope. The private sector is sensitized to the needs of the future. So I am very encouraged when I myself took some courses recently with George Washington University to refresh myself on the whole issue of tourism sustainability, destination stewardship management. And I was delighted to see a number of participants from tourism boards from across the Caribbean. And it was good because I thought that's great. Obviously, we're all looking at the same thing. How can we take what we do to the next level and really become destination stewards, okay? The Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association has also done some interesting work in collaboration with the Nature Conservancy, and they brought out a guide, it's called Guide to Coral Restoration, highlighting that a healthy tourism industry needs a healthy ocean. And so here the idea was to inspire hotels to perhaps get a little bit more involved in the whole subject matter. So that really was great. In St. Lucia, my senior was behind us. I happen to be the president of the St. Lucia Hotel and Tourism Association for a couple of months. So I'm like sort of saying, okay, guys, let's just do something. And we're very happy to be able to have announced a few weeks ago the creation of what we call the Marine Health Alliance. So that is supposedly now what we're trying to do is we have a tourism enhancement fund, which is voluntary in St. Lucia, where tourists pay $2 per room night towards tourism enhancement. We didn't have the nerve, and I'm on that board, to add $1 yet, but we got a commitment from the Tourism Enhancement Fund of seed capital of $100,000 US for the Marine Health Alliance. This now will allow us to build a website and to try to again encourage visitors to make a donation towards our Marine Health Alliance, which is managed under the Conservation Trust Fund. We're also able to inspire a regional bank to what they call groundbreaking relationship with us under their Power to Make a Difference scheme. So there are some success stories, and I hope that we will see them all over the Caribbean. Now, closing as the head, I think this was a fantastic panel. I was also a bit scared. I thought, oh my goodness, 3 hours, but it passed very quickly. I find in every presentation that we heard and saw today was inspiring, and I was furiously texting my own government and saying, what's happening? But it was great, and I hope it's given all of us some food for thought and also some good ideas for the future. So thank you very much.
Our moderator today is Ms. Karen Hanton. She's the Executive Director for the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund and works closely with the Board of Directors of Bahamas and other stakeholders to secure sustainable financing for protected areas and climate resilience. That's all you're getting. Thank you. Analyst Dion Carrington is a research assistant with the Caribbean Protected Areas Gateway, where she has been making significant contributions since 2016. With a strong academic background and a passion for environmental conservation, Dion plays a crucial role in supporting the organization's mission. She has a Bachelor's of Science degree in Geology, China University of Geosciences. And that's all I get to thank you. There's much more. So we have Lucille. Is Lucille anywhere here? Or she is online? Oh, there you are. Lucille Labor. How you pronounce your name, ma'am? How you pronounce your last name?
Labouche.
Labouche. Thank you. With a passion for environment and a degree in sustainable development engineering, Lucy began her career working in France for the Ministry of Environment. She then moved to Cameroon to work in Chimpanzee Rescue Center on the creation of protected areas with local communities. And thank you. And with that, we will go right into our panel discussion.
I think what we're going to do is introduce the second panel. If they don't mind sitting up there, it's their choice. You prefer to stay up here? It's good on helping with time. And then we would ask Mr. Harry to come join so that we'll have a nice, smooth transition to make up for ourselves.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
And for the second panel for the evening, we have moderator Mr. Van Bon Harry, CEO of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Conservation Fund. He is a professional architect, environmentalist, conservationist, and sport administrator and entrepreneur. And for the panelists, we have Makeda Corbin, who holds a BSc from the University of West Indies Fayetteville campus and is currently completing her MPhil in Natural Resource Management at UWI Sermes. Are you on the table already? Yeah, there you are. And last but not least, Joshua Forte, the founder of Red Diamond Compost Inc., an award-winning biotech social enterprise that creates the world's cleanest green agrochemical solutions from organic waste residue and invasive plants such as sargassum seaweed. He is the most recent recipient of the Barbados National Youth Award, the Canewood Award for his work in agriculture, and has expanded his expertise to include additional areas of environmental management. That is Joshua Forte. Thank you. And with that, I hand you over to Miss Karen Panton.
Hello, everyone. So I prepared this nice little introduction to you all, and I was so cut it up, get to the chase. But I do want to make two bold statements, and then I'm going to move on the side and let our panelists get to the mic. So thank you all for coming back after a very quick lunch. I know it might have been late, but it was delicious nonetheless. So today, our panel is concentrated on current trends within the Caribbean marine conservation space. The ocean is a new horizon for sustainable development. In fact, the blue economy captures this new horizon, pointing to the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, new forms of clean energy, food security, improved livelihoods while preserving the health of our ocean. It encourages better stewardship of our ocean's resources, not only for sustaining biodiversity, but also for absorbing carbon dioxide emissions. As such, there's a strong call globally for countries to effectively manage 30% of their marine areas by 2030, as the benefits of protected areas are well documented to both people and planet. We're seeing multi-country high-level collaborations and coalitions for urgent marine actions at a scale previously unknown due to the urgency of marine conservation. We're also seeing a proliferation of nature-based solutions for environmental management and the wide use of technological innovations to support conservation. However, issues such as pollution, persistent organics, sewage, fossil fuel leaks and discharges, plastics, invasive species, overdevelopment, fragmentation, I can go on and on, overharvesting, necessitate critical actions. I'm going to say two little things and then I'll move. Inadequate financing is one of the key issues that protected areas is facing right now. Only a quarter to 1/3 of the protected areas across the globe are effectively managed, meaning have adequate budgets, adequate staff, management plans, and so forth. In the Caribbean, this percentage is even less due to debt burdens that have been exacerbated by hurricanes and more recently COVID-19. The lack of funding limits the capacity of management agencies and protected area managers to adequately manage, monitor, and measure their impact. As we know, climate change is also altering ocean climates, intensity and destruction of storm events, ocean chemistry, and circulation, and has brought about new and exotic diseases like stony coral tissue loss disease, which we have discovered in the Bahamas. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm slowing down. I'm so aware of the time. But exotic diseases like stony coral tissue loss disease that has surfaced in the wake of Hurricane Dorian in the Bahamas in 2019 and is creating a problem, has created a problem across the region. So I get now to our panelists. Within the Caribbean, there's a need for regional scientific collaboration to ensure integration of efforts across the region to prepare and fight against the ravages of climate change and biodiversity loss. Yesterday, we heard the clarion call for collaboration and for more data. Too often, the data for the Caribbean is disaggregated, held by external parties or held on private servers. We must continue to address this and encourage research that leads to innovative new products and services in anticipation of climatic impacts. I am accordingly pleased this afternoon to present to you our panel who will share their products to support gaps in data and policy decision-making and marine protected areas coordination. We know that biodiversity loss and climate change impacts have no political barriers and can only benefit from effective integration and regional coordination. Our first presentation will be led by Mrs. Dion Carrington of BioPalmo, the Caribbean Protected Area Gateway Resource Hub for facilitating and promoting viable decisions and policies by decision makers and resource managers. So without further ado, I turn it over.
Hi, so had my introduction, so I'm going to get straight into it. So I'll be presenting on a tool for monitoring marine conservation. I think most of you may not know CPAG, Caribbean Protected Areas Gateway, but you may be familiar with BioPalmo. Okay, so BioPalmo, as we know, is ACP, the African, Caribbean, Pacific state. And for each of these, we have to create a regional observatory, one that collects, analyzes data related to protected areas, conservation, biodiversity. So for our region, the Caribbean, we have the Caribbean Protected Areas Gateway, right? So this is how it came about. Next slide, please. Change on that. Good. So you can think of us as the one-stop shop for everything related to protected areas, conservation, biodiversity. All right, our tagline is linking data to better decisions, and this is what we aim to do. In the Caribbean, we know that decisions are made based on how we feel. You know, I feel this way about the environment, or because I love turtles, I love to see them, so I want to make sure they're protected. And it's kind of nice to protect turtles, but you want to do it because data tells you that we need to do something. We need a greater conservation effort. So CPAG can also think about as an independent, science-driven entity that speaks towards targets. Right? The team consists of 5 core members for the CPAG team. That'll be myself. I have with me our software engineer, it's Fabina Adu, our technical officer, Dr. Julian Walcott, our GIS specialist, Anika, communications officer, Renee. So these are the 5 core members. We also have support from BioPalmo. I think most persons may know Hyson. Right? So again, our mission, so contribute to improving long-term conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity and natural resources. And again, how are we? Oh, great. How are we going to do that? Linking data to better decision. For us, we believe data is key, right? I have to point it. Did it work? Okay. Point it. Bye-bye. Yeah, okay, good. So need conservation. Why? Biodiversity preservation, right? We know that in the Caribbean alone, just talking about the Caribbean, we have the greatest conservation of marine species in the Atlantic Ocean, right? We also know that since the 1980s, every year since the 1980s, like the mangrove coverage has decreased by 1% every year since 1980. So you can imagine what it is now, how much we have lost in the couple decades. And for live coral cover, the last 2 decades, we have lost 80% of live coral cover, right? This is what the data shows, numbers don't lie. So economic benefits. Yesterday, I mean, although I wasn't present, and just listening to the talk today, you heard about debt for nature swap. Now, how do you know what you have? Can we put a dollar value on it? We said no, but you need to have an idea. So what we have 10 acres of forest, that equals to about $2 million. And even with politicians, policymakers, decision makers, money speaks, you know? So if I'm telling you, I need to protect 2 acres of forest, or I need this space out there, you have quite a number of fishermen there, you need to protect that for X reason. It's not really going to make sense to them, but if you said, hey, we have $2 million we need to protect, they are going to build a fortress around that because it's $2 million that they're protecting. So we have to understand the economic benefits, and at CFAG, we're looking at how can we give stakeholders an idea as to what they have and what the value of any protected area that they may have or they may want to put in place. So climate regulation, and these are things that we know about. We know the role that the ocean plays in climate regulation, food security. We all went upstairs and enjoyed some mahi-mahi, which was really good. With food security, we have to use the oceans. They feed it, and not just for food, even medicinal purposes. And let me just say, so if we thought that the 10%, protecting 10% of our marine space was a challenge, and it most definitely was a challenge, because in the Caribbean region, we only had 2 countries being able to meet that target, and that was Belize and Dominican Republic. So if 10% was a challenge, 30 by 30, what are we going to do? So tools that we have created at CPAG, the protected area dashboard. This gives you a snapshot into how well your protected area is doing. Name of the protected area, size, management category, who manages the protected area. Trying to think of what I will see if you see a picture. I'm trying to think of what else is there. Conservation tracking tool, where you look at indicators that will tell you how far you are to meeting certain goals. Marine stranding tool, this is one that we have in the pipeline. Last couple of months, we had quite a number of contributions going to St. Kitts, Antigua, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Grenada, Trinidad, where we were meeting with stakeholders and trying to figure out, like, what issues do you have? How can we at CPAG assist? And this is one thing that they brought up, the marine stranding tool. Because you have someone in St. Kitts and Nevis would give a story how in June they had 5 strandings, and then Antigua would say, really, around that same time we had, a similar situation. And again, we are islands and we behave like islands, and when we don't always have to, work in isolation. But if you can talk to your colleague in St. Kitts or in Anguilla and figure out what is going on or what have you done. So you have this marine stranding, what did you do? Because we don't know what to do. So we're trying to develop a tool where whenever there's a stranding, you put in the location, what was formed, what you did, so others can pull up that information and just replicate in their area. We have the PAME report card. So I'm not sure how many of you have actually done a PAME Protected Area Management Effectiveness Report. Very long, very lengthy, but very useful. So what we have done is taken all of that information, all of this, maybe like 50 Excel sheets that you have to fill out and generate a report where you can just look at it and say, oh, okay, so this is what is happening in my protected area. These are the recommendations that were made. This is what can be done. And this would be very important for decision makers and policy makers because they don't have time to look at a 10-page report trying to figure out what is going on. If you can give them a 1-page, with a couple graphs, charts, a stoplight, that is enough for them. So, okay, so I think I just spoke on those. So we have the conservation tracking tool. And before I even move forward, I would really ask for you all to, actually check it out, go through it, see what it does. We have.
Sorry, just for the audience, will you provide a URL?
Yes. Okay. So indicators. So again, tool extremely useful. But what I will say that we need from the stakeholders, data. So we have indicators. If you feel that for your country, that there are specific indicators that maybe we don't have that, we would need those indicators to tell us X, Y, and Z that can be included. Data also, would have to provide that. Yes, we have data, but we know that in the region, someone is always out there collecting data and just on the piece of paper, stored on a hard drive and not being utilized. And if we collect data and it's not used, it's not information. It can only become information when we actually do something with it. So actually to getting data from stakeholders, from governments to feed into the system is key. We have, but I think if we could get more from the stakeholders, it would paint a better picture. It will be a true representation of what is actually going on. So these are some of the indicators. You can tell would show you the number of protected areas, your targets, how far off you are to meeting your targets, if you have exceeded your targets, threatened species within a protected area. So it could tell you like for protected area A, you have 10 threatened, 15 invasive, information like that. We have also created value-added products. So this would be a country profile. Oh, I have here Bahamas. Good. Okay, so I have Bahamas. I didn't know you would be in one. So yeah, so again, gives all the information, habitats, show your cumulative protected area growth, ownership, government. So all of that would be information that would maybe be on a table or chart. Well, I shouldn't say table, a table with just numbers. So we have taken those and put it into the system, and this is what we have produced. Again, I think anyone looking at that could really understand what is going on in Bahamas. And we have also created not just individual profiles. So we have, in the Caribbean, we have two main groupings, OECS and CARICOM. So we've created profiles that would speak to OECS. So if OECS decide, hey, there's a project we want to implement, we want to know what's going on in terms of protected areas within the OECS countries, we have created products like that. So if CARICOM would say the same thing, then CARICOM would also get profiles similar to this. So I mentioned the PAME report card. So this is just a snapshot. Again, PAME reports are not I think it's only the entity that would have to decide that they're actually sharing the information. So kind of put in as much as I could without, giving too much information. And then the report generator. So this is related to the conservation tracking tool. So the indicators that I had on the screen. So if these are indicators that you're interested in, you could click on those indicators and you could actually add it to the report generator. So it could be graphs, it could be you could just want a JPEG of that. So you put it into the report generator and it actually produces a PDF document or an Excel document with a table, give a description of the table. So here you could see protected area coverage for Bahamas, and it would break it down into, well, the one in the middle would be marine. So terrestrial and marine. And this one I think also gives terrestrial connectivity. So for your NBSAPs, for your maybe just protected area management plans, this would be a very useful tool because, as I said, it creates the graphs and the charts for you. It's just a matter of hitting save and download and put it into your report. Okay, so I think that is it. So we have the website, so the cpad.org. As I said, the conservation tool I think would be very useful to most persons here. And as I said, what we need from you all is to provide data. We have data sharing agreement, so it's not like if you send the data to CPAC, we're just going to put it out there and do as we want with it. If you say that, okay, I'm going to share this with you, but I only want persons from my team having access to the data. Again, we know that happens quite a bit where persons leave the position, and when they leave the position, they leave with the data, and you have to start from scratch. So we also have a cloud where we can actually store the data, not just give us the data to create products. You can actually store the data there. So when the next person leaves, they're not leaving with it because it is somewhere secure. So as I said, data can be sensitive, and we understand that. This is why we have the sharing agreements where you can see what can be done with it and ask access to that data.
Thank you, Mrs. Carrington. Are there any burning questions for? Yes, absolutely.
I was just wondering, as you were speaking, which countries of the Caribbean you currently have now in the map? And second question, who do you get your data from? So then NGOs, government?
Yeah, okay, so let me answer the last one first. NGOs, government, okay, we have gotten from NGOs, we use, well, I would maybe allow my software engineer to explain more, but we use API, so we harvest data not from anywhere, but from like WDPA, harvest data from there. We have done quite a number of in-country consultancies, a desktop review to actually collect, what data that is out there. So with the in-country consultancy, some of it came from government entities. So consultants would have worked with various departments to actually source the data. And we were 15 countries in the region. Okay, but yeah, so as far north as Belize, Jamaica, Dominican Republic, Bahamas, as far south as Guyana, Suriname. So I don't want to say, well, all only Martinique, Guadeloupe. So Martinique and Guadeloupe are not part of the 15.
Right, but if I may interject, we are at the stage where we can expand this to other countries. So because it was funded under a project, those were the project countries. But we are at the point where we can expand to encompass any country within the Caribbean. It does not have to be an independent So that's the stage at which we are at, and one of the discussions as well in terms of how to integrate with existing.
Mr. Harry?
Follow up to Erin's question. How do you streamline the information you receive? And information has to be credible. So just taking information from an EG and putting it into the system. How do you?
Yeah, so we understand that, and we don't just get a file from any NGO and decide, okay, let's upload it. No, so we, depending on what information was sent, we have what we call crews, credible, reliable, energetic, and we need persons in the 50 countries that we work. And we would, so if something comes from St. Vincent, so an NGO, maybe we have never really worked with them or we don't know much about them, and send them data, we would reach out to any of our crew members in St. Vincent and we would say, okay, hey, this is the information that, we have received. Do you know anything about that NGO, or do you know anything related to the data that was submitted? We might have to reach out to government institutions to verify that this is in fact correct. And another thing too is I'm not saying it's not likely, but for someone to go through all of that, gather information and ensure that it is not accurate and take the time to submit that. Persons who would submit data or gather that data, they're mostly passionate about the environment and biodiversity and conservation. So we're not just going to take it that because you sent it, it is accurate, but we do have a verification process before that is entered into the system.
I also, sorry.
Consider having 1 point so that all of the information is funneled through.
So the information goes through
one source. It goes through one source in the country. Whether it's a reputable NGO or whether it's a government agency, all the information that needs to be uploaded.
Well, yeah, well, that would be ideal, but we are a small team. So, and even the crews that I spoke of, they are not employed by CPAC. They have volunteered their service. Most of them maybe have 2-3 jobs, something at the side doing. So to, tell them that when information comes in from St. Vincent, it has to go through you before it comes.
No, if I may, I think you're saying at the national level in country, that there's some portal that will automatically feed into the gateways server, however, the technical, sorry.
So,
well, if I may interject on that front, so when it comes to data and information, within countries, it's usually difficult to access that information because it resides in different entities, different areas. And there's a challenge within country of sharing data within agencies. So that's one aspect that we would have to consider. If you're looking to channel data through any entity, that has to be something that's structured at a national level. And it's something that I think should happen because when it comes to managing our small island economies, we need all sectors to be working together and sharing all the information for us to get a really holistic picture. So it is valid to have some entity or entities that have responsibility for data or data management within country. That would definitely be ideal for any entity like CPAC or any other regional bodies that have data to then be able to access that information. But it does not always work. It does not exist in most countries. There are some countries that do have national platforms. In the case of Antigua and Barbuda, they have a national platform for environmental data. I think St. Lucia has one as well. But the management of those platforms is also a challenge nationally. To then have that feed into a regional system is also a complex process. But I agree with you, it should be something to be considered at all levels. And if there is a way for that to be done, then we will have a better structure.
Yes.
National data and then also feeding into the regional.
So colleagues, in the interest of time, I'm going to move, but I just want to say that maybe if one of your purposes is to find funding for regional projects, it may help at that national level to have the information flow. And we've got so much technology, I'm sure there is a way for us to start integrating these various platforms and moving smartly. So we thank you, Mrs. Carrington, for keeping us informed and linking data to better decisions. Our policymakers really need it. I didn't say that, okay. So, moving right along, Karen asked us earlier if we know what SPORAC means. And coming up now to discuss SPORAC is Ms. Lucy Labors. Did I get it right? Okay, from SPORAC. I'm not going to take any time from her. I'm going to leave her with her time so that she can inform us of the work that they're doing. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much first for having us here. So we are really pleased to be part of this workshop and debates on finance for nature. So as you will see, we are more on the nature side than on the finance side, but we are really happy to hear all the tools and really innovative mechanisms that are going on. And we are really happy to be here to see how we can link, and that's already what we are doing anyway with CBF, but to know, yes, to hear more about that. That was really, really helpful and really interesting. So my name is Lucy Labors, as you said, and I'm in charge of protected areas and networks at the SPO Regional Activity Center. And SPO actually stands for Specially Protected Areas and Wildlife. And I will tell you more today about the work we are conducting on protected areas and on creating a new network of protected areas in the region. So just to give you a bit of a feedback about what the SPO protocol is. The SPO protocol is one of the 3 protocols that comes from the Cartagena Convention, which is the convention that aims to protect the Caribbean Sea. The SPO protocol has been ratified by 18 countries out of the 27 countries of the wider Caribbean region, and it's actually the only and unique binding agreements that give a legal framework for biodiversity conservation in the wider Caribbean region. So at the RAC, so at the Regional Activity Center, we are based in Guadeloupe. That's why you can hear my nice French accent. So we are based in Guadeloupe, while our headquarters, the UN, the Caribbean Environmental Program, are based in Kingston, Jamaica. And we are focusing on two main objectives, two main missions. One is to work on protected species. So we have a list of about 300 species that all the countries that ratify the protocol aim to protect. That's to make it really short. And then I'm going to tell you a bit more about the work we are doing on protected areas. So the objective of the protocol is to identify important areas of the wider Caribbean, and we have set up a process in 2010 that all the managers of the protected areas can follow, and that led us to be listed under the SPO protocol. So we have nowadays 36 protected areas in 9 countries, which means 15 territories that are part of this SPO listed process. And so they all follow really specific guidelines. And what we aim to do is to, with these 36 protected areas, to create a network to support the managers and to help them having effective protected areas. So that's really what we aim to do, to build like a structure that would help these special protected areas in the Caribbean to be really strong and to be really efficient. So what we don't want to do is to duplicate what's already going on in the regions, because we have lots of efforts and lots of regional or sub-regional networks that are going on. You can see some of them here. And we want to make sure that we are not overlapping with other ongoing efforts in the region. So you will see some like Red Gulf, that's the Gulf of Mexico, sub-regional networks, the North American regional network, MPA Connect, like some of these are already doing some great work linking people together. So we reached out to all of them to make sure that what we want to build is not something that's already going on, and it appears that there is lots of space to work. So that's where we are going to do it. And building this network of MPA managers, we actually based our work off on the work that was done in the Mediterranean by MedPan. So they developed some strong guidelines about how to work, how to build a network of managers of protected areas. And so we focused on 4 main topics to think and to build this network. So actually the first thing we did is like we first contacting all the 36 protected areas, asking them if they wanted to be part of a network, saying, well, I mean, we could build a network on paper, and then if nobody wants to be part of it, it doesn't make any sense. So we actually reached out to all of them to ask them if they would be interested in sharing information, knowledge, and exchange experiences. And it appears that there is a real need for them to exchange. I mean, in the Caribbean, we all share the same ecosystems, species, threats. So it really did make sense for them, and it do make sense for them, sorry, to have these networks to be created. So that's our really concrete next steps, to have all the person meeting in the room. That's going to happen in October, and to try to really define what they want to work on. So that's going on. And what we also want to do is to work toward the 30 by 30 goal. So we are working, let's say, for the contracting parties of the scope protocol. So we can't actually work on making each government having more protected areas. That's not the way we are going to do it, but we are really going to work on the effectiveness and of the protected areas. So that's where we are standing, trying to have all these areas getting more and more efficient. So that's something we really want to work on, which means concretely having them, updating their management plans, and make sure that they are all the resources they need to have the protected areas being effective. We also want to work on capacity building, because that's something MPA networks do. So to work on this capacity building thing, so we have ongoing efforts at the SCORAC, which are the GCRMN, which is the Global Coral Reef Monitoring Network. So that's something we've been conducting for a couple of years now, doing regional training on reef, which makes sense because lots of the protected areas in the Caribbean have been created to protect some reefs. So that's where we're standing for now. And then we're going to see with our network what they want to work on, knowing that there are already some capacity building in the regions. We also have to see how we fit on this topic. And then regarding financing, that's where we meet. So we are actually working with CBF and other regional partners to see how we can have like a marine conservation efforts, and trying to work in common towards sort of an MPA program to make sure that we are building a sustainable structure with this network, because we are coming from this regional convention. We'll be here in 20, 40, 100 years, we'll still be here with this network. So we kind of are this like sustainable structure, and we want to make sure that all of you that are working on sustainable financing, we kind of find a way to meet and to make sure that we can work together to bring all these billions of dollars that I heard earlier and make them going to the ground. So that's also where we are working, trying to make sure that we are addressing regional issues at a regional scale, but that we benefit to local areas and local people. On that, I thank you for your
So Mark, are there any final questions? One of the exciting things she said, and you know, I work in sustainable finance, so when she mentioned that they're gonna raise billions of dollars for the Caribbean, you know, I don't even need that start to spin. I was so excited. So thank you so much. Are there any questions for Ms.? Go ahead.
Is Spatrock working along with
Yeah, it's for I can see that. Are you working with CPAC?
So yeah, we actually liaised with CPAC to see how we can, because we are having this protected areas, and something that we are asking, because we are at this regional level, is like, oh, hey, in the Caribbean, what about the 30 by 30? How far are you? And we want to make sure that we are able to answer these questions. So we are trying to work with anybody who has data. So that's not our work. I mean, that's not what we do, but yes, we actually want to make sure that we are able to answer this question. So we liaised, and with CBF also, we are going to try to see how we can keep working on this.
Excellent. Any other burning questions? Oh, Karen, and you please close us up.
All right, so it was a comment along the same lines, the discussion of coordination continues to amaze me in the Caribbean region. You know, she showed a couple of networks with the idea of where data is and where data is going. It's painful to go through this process. CPAG has data. I'm going to be honest, TNC has data, SPARAC has data. They're not all the same data, and they're not all in one place. And so those of us on the ground needing the data are in an equal dilemma of how do we get the data. So it's, as Lucy says, we've literally just gotten all of us in the same room, same Zoom room, having those discussions. But again, one, please let us know if you think there's a gap. Please let us know if you think of any ideas. One of the things with CPAG that's worth mentioning is CPAG is still under a project, and Hyacinth will tell me when I'm going wrong. And so next year when the project closes, where is CPAG and the data going? And that's a major question for me, because we've done this project by project by project for a very long time. So the discussion of how do we move past that to something sustainable and long lasting continues to boggle CBF and other minds. And one of the, for this in particular, marine protected area management, definitely the work that we will do with SPARAC as an institution is going to be important. But yeah, there continue to be silos and issues. SPARAC, for example, I'll use Jamaica. Jamaica is not, has not ratified SPARAC. So actually, SPARAC doesn't include Jamaica. And for other reasons, Hyacinth isn't working. So there are all these little dilemmas that we continue to figure out. But the first step is conversation, which is where we are. An open conversation about what makes sense going forward. So we will continue that. And thank you so much to both ladies and our moderator for taking us through. And I will hand over to Vanguard. Oh, sorry.
All right, so for our next session, we continue the conversation within the Caribbean, but with particular focus on sargassum, on the current updates on sargassum. With me this evening, joining in this conversation, we have two distinguished individuals. To be helping me carry on this conversation with you this evening. We have with us Ms. Akeda Corbin from the Center of Research Management and Environmental Studies in Barbados.
Speak up a little more.
And also Mr. Joshua Port. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Yes, Mr. Joshua Port, who is the CEO and founder of the Red Diamond Compost. Now, the conversation about sargassum this evening is one that is creating a lot of havoc in the Caribbean region right now. But it's important to understand what is sargassum and what it is doing before we even start the conversation this evening. So we understand that sargassum is kind of algae that blooms, and we have an idea where it comes from. We're not quite sure. We understand that there are byproducts that we can get from it, and we can use it for fertilizer, feed, all of that. But it is important to understand as well is that the impact of sargassum in the Caribbean region has created quite taking a toll on our socioeconomic sector in terms of tourism, health, fisheries, the environment, finances. So it is something that we need to deal with, that efforts are being made to deal with it. But how do we effectively address sargassum issue? Or can we at all address the sargassum issue in the Caribbean region? So I would like to pass the floor over to the distinguished individual from Ceres, so she can start the ball rolling with this conversation. And then of course, we'll hand it over to Joshua, who is from Red Diamond, from the private sector, to have his input with regards to sargassum and how we can use it and what he's doing.
Okay, right. So good afternoon and thank you for having me. As mentioned, I am Nikita Carmen and I'm an MPhil student, and my research specifically focuses on sargassum, specifically with implications for management. This part of my research specifically looked at assessing the biodiversity of sargassum, specifically because part of our management is collecting sargassum. So we want to really try to understand the community supported before we really move into that full management process. As I think Mrs. Carrington mentioned in her presentation, that data is so important for management. So this is where my research comes in, providing that data. Right. So just to give a background on sargassum, so as mentioned, it is a macroalgae. It's actually specifically 3 species morphotypes that under the influence of ocean currents and winds form these large aggregations that we see floating in the ocean called sargassum rafts. And sargassum actually comes from 2 origins, historically from the Sargasso Sea in the North Atlantic. However, as of 2011, there has been a new region in the tropical Atlantic, the North Equatorial Recirculation Region. It's a mouthful, so we just call it the NERC. And it is from this particular region, it's from this particular region that those large, massive influxes affecting the Caribbean is really coming from. And depending on the region of origin, you can actually see that sargassum is actually viewed quite differently. So in the North Atlantic, sargassum is actually viewed pretty much as essential habitat. This is because it provides a productive habitat for numerous creatures, shrimp, crab, other invertebrates. Perhaps most importantly, it's utilized by juvenile fish of commercial importance, also hatchlings of critically endangered turtle species, and they find ample food and protection from predators within the sargassum rafts, enhancing their survival and recruitment into adulthood. And it's for these reasons that efforts have been made in the North Atlantic to actually conserve sargassum as an essential habitat. In the Caribbean, however, we use sargassum as a total and complete nuisance. We know some of the negative consequences. We've experienced it for ourselves. We love to go to the beach, but it's filled with sargassum. It's decomposing, it's stinking. For fishermen, it has reduced fish landings, reducing fishing opportunities. It has increased mortality of marine life. It has deterred tourists from our shores, and it has also cost governments and stakeholders a lot of money to actually clean up. So to mitigate these negative consequences, developing and implementing sargassum management strategies, is extremely important. So currently the main sargassum management strategy is sargassum removal. Onshore, sargassum is typically removed either manually or mechanically. Unfortunately, the mechanical removal often leads to beach erosion because we're simultaneously removing sand. And bulldozers that we typically use are not suited for coastal habitats. So in more recent times, we've seen a lot of innovation come about, and in water harvesting of sargassum is actually rare as a new and proposed as a more sustainable way to collect sargassum from management-wise, a sustainable alternative to the mechanical removal, but commercial-wise, for persons who are looking to perhaps use sargassum to create products and what's not, this is also a very suitable alternative to collect clean, fresh, sand-free sargassum. However, as I mentioned before, sargassum is a floating ecosystem. So collecting this in water also means you're going to be removing organisms that are potentially ecologically or commercially important, hence ensuing a management dilemma now. So this is where my research came in. So I specifically sought to assess the biodiversity associated with sargassum rafts. This would help to kind of look and see the biodiversity trade-offs that we would expect if we actually carried out in water harvesting of sargassum along the shores of Barbados. So I just have a little thing over there to just show that within the North Atlantic, we know that over 280 species are associated with it, but still the communities associated with sargassum in the tropical Atlantic are still relatively unstudied. So specifically, I sought to assess the community, as I mentioned, but also to look at if there was any differences in the species associated with the sargassum over space, i.e. distance from shore, and also time, so with sampling seasons. So just a quick little look at how myself and my colleagues did this. So we sampled sargassum rafts along the coast of Barbados, at Concept Bay, at Drill Hall, Coronel Bay, and Brandon's. And we collected samples from sargassum rafts at different distances from shore. So an inshore 0 to 100 meters from shore, midshore 100 to 600 meters from shore, and offshore rafts. This is over 600 meters. I think the maximum point we went probably 3,000 meters from shore. And then once we collected our samples, we brought them back to the lab. We dislodged everything that was clinging to that sargassum, and we identified it. We identified it to see, once again, what organisms was this sargassum supporting. So what we found is that overall, the biodiversity was quite low, and this study took place for over a year, and the biodiversity was honestly quite low. We found a total of 18 taxa, and the 8 most common taxa are these little critters here. So we found 3 amphipods, a sargassum crab, 2 shrimp, flatworms, and snails. These are the 8 most common species that we found, and these actually made up 98% of all of our specimens collected. And 2 of these are actually endemic to the sargassum habitat, and 2 are common associates. But once again, it pretty much was just these 8. And I'm sure you'll wonder, okay, amphipods, crabs, shrimp, nothing that important. But still, this is pretty much what we found in the sargassum rafts that we sampled. And as I said, scientifically, we wanted to look and see if potentially anything, if the community composition of the sargassum rafts perhaps varied with space and time. So looking at a little general analysis, we did note that it did seem that based on how far we were from shore, some species seem to be more dominant, some seem to potentially disappear. So what we saw inshore we didn't necessarily see offshore. What we saw in the cool sampling period, we didn't necessarily see in the warm sampling period. So this let us know that there was some difference in the community based on distance from shore, and also when we were sampling those sargassum rafts. So just general findings of the research. Inshore and midshore rafts, these were mainly sampled in Concept Bay. It's these 2 little critters, these 2 little amphipods that were really more common in this particular zone. We do think it's more because there's a local population in Concept Bay, hence why that was more abundant. But midshore and offshore rafts, we really saw these 3 species, the sargassum shrimp, brown grass shrimp, and flatworms offshore. And these 3 are mostly associated with these sargassum rafts. They most likely actually spend their entire life cycle on the rafts, and then therefore you'll see a higher population. And then also during the warm season, we found these 4 critters. And we think it's most likely because their reproduction tended to coincide with our sampling. Once again, you're wondering, okay, we don't care about critters, their crabs, their shrimp, what's the importance? So we actually did find these 2 species that we would consider commercially or ecologically important. We found 4 juvenile jacks, and we do know that jacks are commercially important to our fisheries. Pardon? Yes, we found 4 little individuals. So we do know that these are commercially important species, and they do associate opportunistically with these rafts. And we also found 1 hawksbill hatchling. Once again, this is a critically endangered species. However, various reports by fishermen and other persons have mentioned that during hatchling season, they have found numerous hatchlings actually associated with these rafts. So basically, what my research pretty much found is, given the low biodiversity and the little shrimp and crabs that we found that really no one is going to care that much about, really and truly, since the biodiversity associated was so low, coastal and water harvesting likely will have very low or not significant biodiversity trade-offs. However, it is still important to note that offshore, where we might see greater association of commercially important fish, juveniles, turtles and what's not, and water harvesting could still have some larger biodiversity trade-offs. However, given the data that I've collected thus far, it does suggest that in water harvesting, at least coastal in water harvesting, along our coast, potentially would not have, once again, significant biodiversity trade-offs, and likely will be a sustainable alternative to the mechanical and manual removal of sargassum. And this would, once again, be good for management, but also for those persons who are seeking to become innovative and collect sargassum and use it for developing products. So yes, this looks as though, based on the current data, that in water harvesting could be a feasible management approach. Thank you very much.
Ms. Corbin, I'd open the floor for a few questions, and then Red Diamond.
Yeah, good presentation. Thank you for that. I'm curious to find out if the beaches that you sampled are the ones that had the most strandings in terms of influxes.
So so Conset Bay was one of our main sites. This is on the east coast of Barbados, because based on the storage region, the east coast of the island is impacted most heavily. And Conset Bay really is heavily impacted during influx seasons. The bay is almost completely overrun with sargassum. On the south coast, it was a bit more difficult. Sargassum does come from like the east, and then it can be distributed around the south. But rafts here are much less frequently observed than on the east coast. So I could pretty much go to the east coast and say, today, if there's a lot of sargassum, Conset will have, but on the south coast, it really is a bit more touch and go. But yeah, so we pretty much still chose beaches that we knew sargassum most likely would come by. And also Drill Hall, we know does get impacted by sargassum. And that was also chosen because we do know it's a popular turtle nesting habitat. So once again, if you're looking to do in-water harvesting, you're going to want to try to protect those beaches that are of importance. And of course, Conset is also of importance to the fishing community. It is considered a fishing village. We do have the fish market there at Conset, and the fishermen there do have problems with the sargassum, getting their boats out, etc. I think persons have probably seen the images of fishermen using paddle boards to get to their boats and what's not when the bay is just overrun. And the in-water harvester that we did get, I think, is at Conset Bay. I don't know, because we put to uses yet. But yeah, so those sites were chosen based on those different criteria.
And I'm sure you expect this question. One of the biggest hesitation to using sargassum is the notorious presence of heavy metal. Have you had that research done in Barbados, and what has been the result of that?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Oh, the presence of heavy metal.
Oh.
in sargassum. Do you know if they have done any research here in Barbados, and what could have been the result? What do you know the results?
If there's any sort arsenic in the sargassum. So yeah, so we recently have a paper looking at the arsenic content by Christy Alley. She's actually a graduate of CERMES. So that was once again looking at the arsenic content. We do know that arsenic is present in the sargassum, but it is not to necessarily say that all sargassum will have high arsenic content. But once again, because we know that it is a floating macroalgae, is going to pick up what it's going through, you will need to do testing to be able to know, okay, yes, this doesn't happen a lot, or this hasn't very little. And I think that's why I think Margaret mentioned earlier that it can be used for fertilizer. Initially, persons were saying that, but we kind of moved away from that because studies have shown that based on the arsenic content, if you use it as fertilizer, the plants that you're fertilizing can actually then take up that arsenic as well. So you still want to be very careful with the innovative applications that you're going to use sargassum for. So this is why if you're going to use it to create products, testing for heavy metals is actually very important. It's something to be very mindful and careful of.
Questions from the floor? If not, we have an online question for you. What are the risks that makes in water collection versus land use?
So firstly, let me say, as I mentioned, two methods, manual and mechanical. Manual is of course preferred because it's much easier to avoid the damage associated with mechanical. However, as I'm sure many of you have seen, when we have high influxes, the amount of sargassum, no matter how many people you have out there with shovels, it really hardly makes a dent. So I think that's why mechanical removal then came in, the bulldozers and whatnot, but it's simultaneously removing sand. So because of those, then in water harvesting seem to be much more sound. Imagine you can just go out in the water, you can collect the sargassum before it even encroaches upon the shore, before it starts to decompose. And once the sargassum decomposes, that ruins the water quality. That's where the mortality of the marine life comes in. So once you can stop it before it really impacts the shore and all these things happen, then you can actually, reduce the negative consequences. But once again, it is a floating habitat. So before we say, yes, go collect it in water, we want to know that when you go out there to collect it, you are in a high risk of then collecting juveniles of mahi-mahi and flying fish that actually use sargassum as a spawning ground. So hence why this research was still important, because once again, data is so important to guide our management approaches.
One last question for you. Do we know how the sargassum volume and depth of sargassum in the water column affect biodiversity? Do we know how the sargassum volume and depth of sargassum in the water column affect biodiversity?
Okay, the depth and volume. So part of the research, we did look to see if the raft volume actually probably affected like the number, the amount, or the species that we found. So there does seem to be some association. So let's say we have a larger raft, we might expect to find more species, more individuals, but the community associated with sargassum is so variable. It's so that's inherently variable. So just imagine you have sargassum coming through, being distributed in February. You might not find much, but then when you go in March, you find so many more different things. So I think it depends on the path the sargassum is taken, the organisms there at the time. I guess they're spawning, there's reproductive patterns. If these fish are spawned at a certain time, that when sargassum is floating, it's going to coincide with those species drifting. But yes, there does seem to be a correlation between the diversity and the the size of or the volume of the sargassum, as you mentioned.
So, thank you very much. So we'll move right on, after such a thorough presentation. We'll move right on to Mr. Dr. Ford, who is the CEO and founder of Red Diamond, who has been creating some innovative products from the sargassum. He's going to tell us all about that, and how we can use sargassum daily use. Over to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here today. So my name is Joshua Ford. I'm the founder and CEO of Red Diamond Compost Inc. And as mentioned, we are a biotech social enterprise with the mission of ensuring that everyone can have access to clean and nutrient-rich foods. This is the core mission that helped found Red Diamond, and we do that by creating various green and clean agrochemical solutions. So they're made primarily from plant-based sources and animal-derived sources. Invasive plant species, obviously using sargassum being one of the primary materials that we've built out a lot of our traction with over the years. And it was truly started after me going through my own health crisis and realizing, when looking at how our foods were grown, looking at agriculture and the conventional practices, how damaging the toxic synthetic chemicals were to the nutritional quality of the food. And then, being able to take a deeper plunge into that and understanding the whole ecosystem, the biodiversity at the soil level, we actually saw the damage that was being done to the soil and to the environment. So all of these different things were connected in a way that, as I sought to develop a solution to just create nutrient-rich soil, it led me on a path of starting Red Diamond Compost and working on these different types of products that we have today. Now, what all of our products are designed to do is essentially help boost the beneficial soil microbes. So these are responsible for building soil structure, cycling nutrients to plants, developing defense systems for the plants against pests and disease and environmental stresses as well. Just a quick highlight as to some of the different activities and entrepreneurial ventures we've been on over the years, participating in numerous entrepreneurship boot camps, competitions and development programs, all towards being able to bring Red Diamond Compost to the public in a commercial and accessible form. So highlighting the sargassum situation in 2014 into 15 for me, where Red Diamond was at that particular time, we were mainly working on the compost products, and due to simple lack of resources, as most of the startups at the time, sargassum coming into the region was really a godsend for us. I had in mind to focus on seaweed products at some point in the future because seaweed products were very common in agriculture internationally. So when all of the sargassum started to wash up on the shore for free, I was like, okay, we could start to change course because this raw material is more readily available. Let's start doing the development into a product from the sargassum and see where we could get with it. Now, the first set of trials I did, I was scouring the internet looking for research anywhere, anything I could find on any species of sargassum, really and truly, to see what kind of basis or foundation may have been set before that we could work with. So with that, I was able to create an early initial extract, tested it on some peanut seedlings and saw some amazing results in terms of the root growth and development. And that's what really sparked the interest that, hey, there's something there. And then we got other reports as well from farmers who were just taking it and applying it to their fields, to their bananas and so on, and they were getting some similar results. So the early stages for us were involved a lot of just anecdotal testing and trials, applying it, creating extracts, applying them to the plants and monitoring the response, essentially. Now, on the basis of looking at sargassum as an algae, as a bioaccumulator, pulling all the different minerals and compounds from the marine environment, you know, there are certain risks that could be involved with how you use that material, especially when you're looking at applying it to food and to plants. So at that early stage, although we did not have the funding to get the tests done or the equipment capacity to actually assess that, you know, those characteristics of the sargassum, still having the awareness of it, there were still measures that I was able to take in our production process and our formulation process to provide some buffers or safeguards when we're creating the initial product. So when we were at a point now where we had this product, we had a package, and we wanted to introduce this to home gardeners and farmers, I then approached Professor Lopez at the time at University, UWI campus, about conducting some preliminary trials with the biostimulant that we had. And they were able to conduct a trial with sweet peppers, just looking initially at the overall development of the sweet peppers. This was a short 40-day trial period. And it was looking at using our biostimulant to improve the efficiency of synthetic fertilizer. So we're looking at reducing the amount of synthetic fertilizer being used. That saw very good results, close to 35% increase in the productivity compared to the synthetic fertilizer by itself, and then even better results, reducing the synthetic fertilizer by 50% and adding the biostimulant. So for us, it was a process where at the time we had this huge problem that everybody was stressing about, complaining about, and we were just focused on creating a solution from it and trying to get from point A to Z as fast and as quickly and efficiently as possible. And at that time, we were part of some of the first stakeholder meetings for all interested parties, NGOs, private sector persons, and government coming to the table to see what is the opportunity that exists with sargassum and what could be done. And I would say nothing materialized from those initial meetings. Again, we're talking 2015, 2016, because it was a case where no one really knew much about it. Everyone was hesitant, looking at if sargassum, disappears and doesn't come next year, what are we going to do with this investment that we would have made into the equipment? And then, this is now almost, and to state, even though at the time, the early research and the scientists were predicting that none of the conditions that's causing it are going to go away anytime soon. And we're here about almost 10 years later, and we've been dealing with it, and it's been increasing ever since. What we have managed to do, Red Diamond, at this point in our development of the biostimulant, which is now the Supremacy biostimulant, we thankfully, through our partners, Export Barbados, the Bloom Clean Tech Cluster, we've been able to conduct more sophisticated research on our product, both chemical and biological analysis. So we are well aware of what the components are, especially including the heavy metal aspect of it. And then the biodiversity aspect of it, because it's more or less a biological and living product. And then looking at what impact that can have on the soil. We conducted some initial turf trials last year. December, we concluded those. We currently have tomato and cucumber trials happening now in Spain. We are on the cards to have trials with cannabis and hemp this summer. That would all help our positioning of the products in the commercial space, being able to validate the efficacy of the products and the safety of them especially. This, I would say, is one of the most critical aspects for any entrepreneur getting into the space, whether you're looking at using sargassum specifically or any other type of bioresource, being able to have that validation done. You know, we put in the initial research and development, develop a prototype, we got support to do that. But then when now we're looking to get larger sums of money invested into it, and especially for sargassum, because one of the biggest challenges that we had was that it's a completely new thing for the Caribbean, and there's absolutely no infrastructure that exists for us to be able to efficiently get this raw material and then to convert it into a viable end product. Liquid Sunshine, though not from sargassum, is one of our other flagship products as well. So with the work that we've done with the biostimulant and looking at our process, so for us, it's not just looking at the, producing this singular product, but it is our technology more or less is a process-based one that looks at every facet of our manufacturing process. So from the way we source that raw material to the process that we take it through, the byproducts that are derived from it, to those various end products that we have, we look at how would we be able to do this as sustainable as possible to make sure we have even looking at our carbon footprint along the process and the ultimate impact that we can have when we're looking at, again, improving soil health, improving biodiversity. So some of those outputs from that process include creating an aged, very premium, I would say, compost product. And then we're looking into creating animal feed supplements. And we're also looking at some other areas of product development with sargassum. But even looking at sargassum itself as a raw material that could become one day, possibly a commodity that can be exported. So we are looking at how we design our approach from collection to the end product in a way that's as efficient as possible. And a big part of our focus is looking at our climate impact and being able to quantify that, being able to measure that, and because we see huge value in that, and what we would be able to do with that data going forward, both from a social impact level, but also from economic advantage level as well in the future. But towards the interventions that we've been making, we project that with the application of our products, just looking at the Caribbean region alone, we could have an impact equivalent to grounding 100,000 flights per year in terms of reduction of CO2 equivalent emissions. But again, to come back to how we were able to move from that at-home initial idea stage, research and development stage, to advanced research and development, to now going towards commercialization. These organizations are some of the key pillars that have been involved in that process, and we would not have been able to do it without them. The question around the challenges that we have had, access to finance is and has been the biggest challenge. And you would notice some of the organizations are not based in Barbados, whether they're regional organizations, international organizations. This really was a case wherever the funding was that we qualified for, we were going after it. And numerous instances, competing with persons around the world, and being able to be successful in that. But myself, along with my other colleagues in the space, we all experience, and across the region, we all experience these same challenges. A lot of instances where funding does become available to the category that we're in, a lot of times we are disqualified from being able to access it for, to us, what seem like very, very small reasons. But from my experience in working with so many organizations, I understand the technical aspects of how the funding is even, obtained in the first place from the institution that's providing it. But being able to reduce a lot of these barriers to be able to access that initial funding, especially to do quality research and development, when you have sound ideas and sound projects, is something that would help move the needle forward in how we address and deal with these problems in the region. So for Red Diamond, our goal is to be able to, again, provide clean, nutrient-rich foods to everyone and to work on transforming the agrochemical industry into a circular economy. Thank you.
All right, the floor is now open for questions. Questions, Karen, do you have any questions online? All right.
Very exploratory. Just curious, any possibility of developing something in skincare? There's always this market for the exotic, like snail face and all this stuff that they use. What do you can expand and even develop, help diversify, our funding sources here in the Caribbean? I think it's excellent, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. I think the opportunity does exist. From what I've been seeing, even in the nutraceutical space, there's a lot of potential that exists there. So it really comes down to having the persons who have that particular interest and actually investigating it. I think, especially now we're at a point where a lot more information is available. Looking at the composition of the sargassum itself. So there are a whole host of different products and industries that could benefit from it. It's really a case of looking at, which one you want to go into, because the potential for it is there.
Yeah.
The type of story you can have behind it as well to be able to get into those markets. We're talking about sustainability and that clean space. The opportunity is there for sure.
So sorry, quick follow-up. So we need a lot more research.
Yeah.
And how expensive? It's so expensive.
How expensive? So
without prying into confidence.
No, because it needs to be known, I would say, because for me, starting out, at one point, I was wondering if I was just reaching a bit too high for what I was looking for. But then, researching other biotech companies and seeing that a company that was bootstrapping, they were talking about bootstrapping with $200,000 US. I was like, well, okay, I'm nowhere close to that. But for us, right now we're at the range of close to 100,000 Barbados dollars in terms of investment in research and development. So, and it's still a lot more that we have to do because you do a certain amount and then you have more questions as they write from it. So being able to accelerate the finances and resources to that research and development is critical for us to be able to derive the value that exists in the sargassum.
My prayers go with you.
Yes, because then I can ask you to close out.
Oh, no.
So my question was actually one of being very practical, and actually I was going to throw it to Carolyn eventually. So Carolyn is also a hotelier, and the question I had for both, I think you should start, and then Carolyn, is how much did you learn from the the young lady's presentation? Yeah. How much will you change or redirect what you're doing because of her presentation? And if not, why not?
So the areas where her presentation was quite valuable to what we're doing specifically, because we are moving to offshore harvesting of sargassum. So again, in every step that we take, we want to make sure that it's a positive impact that we are having and not a negative one. So that biodiversity aspect is very, very critical to how move and the practices that we use when we're looking at harvesting offshore. So for us, we are really hoping we can have that pilot completed this summer, but understanding that biodiversity that exists and then seeing how we can mitigate the collection of it, or being able to study what impact, say if we remove say 25% of the sargassum that's coming in, what impact that might have on the ecosystem. So we could understand if there's a sense of give and take that may need to take place. Yeah, that is going to be critical to the way in which we interact with the sargassum at sea. But we have already identified that is the most effective path to take versus land.
In my turn, oh my goodness.
So Carolyn, are you going to close or are you?
I'm not going to close quite yet, so I just presentation, and I mean, I'm in St. Lucia, so again, and also like on a Caribbean scale, of course, being involved in tourism, we talk about sargassum a lot, because obviously it's really disrupted. So I'm not an expert, but obviously I'm concerned though about this whole issue of heavy metals. And again, it's confusing because somebody said to me just last week, it's the sargassum in St. Lucia tests low on heavy metals, but the Martinican sargassum tests high. And you think, well, how is that possible? And how often do you have to test to ensure that you're not, I mean, obviously bringing into the food chain these heavy metals? That was my question.
So to bring some clarity, at least to the sargassum itself and how that works, is more or less thinking of it as a sponge moving through the ocean, where you're going to have different levels of minerals at different moments throughout the journey. And especially around that coastal environment, they may be runoff, they may be, from the vessels in the water, there may be different contaminants, whichever the sources are, that could affect the sargassum as it's in that coastal area. So the variation that you're going to have definitely would be drastic and will vary from time to time. Where we look at testing the sargassum itself, the raw material itself, and doing that, whether it is on a quarterly basis or batch to batch, until we have the in-house capacity to test, every single batch, then we would be able to do that. And that's actually the ideal that we're working towards as well. The other aspect is managing the production process. So for our production process is one that no matter how high it's essentially, having elevated levels of heavy metals in the sargassum, the extract that we make is a process where it would not extract any large portion of that. And we do tests every batch of the end product that we produce. So we have that covered in terms of the production process, but then you may have the byproduct, and then how should that byproduct be handled or disposed of? For us, we do have another process for that, where we take the fibers through a very controlled and aged process. It's a very lengthy process. Some people may not see something like that as economically feasible, because it's a process that's going to take over a year to complete. But with that, we have another quality end product that, when tested, we have low levels of heavy metals, are non-existent in most cases, and then you can have a safe product going out into the market. I think just to mention, especially because most of the conversation has been around the fertilizer space and looking at food and so on, and most of the risk is involving taking raw sargassum material and adding it to the soil for your food crops, where it would break down all the heavy metal content, and there's going to break down in the soil, and that's going to be taken up right into the plant. That's one thing. Then and not to say that every single extract process is the same, or every single extract will not have elevated levels of heavy metals. For us, for sure, we test ours, and we have our data readily available for it. but it is something that needs to be taken into account when you're looking at putting that commercial product on the market to ensure the safety of the consumer. Unfortunately, you don't want a case where you have a product that is being marketed as clean or organic, but then have just as much arsenic, so to speak, as some of the same synthetic fertilizers that are on the market as well. So regular testing is something that has to be done. It's not really even an option.
And do you, I mean, with all the sargassum that Barbados may receive as all other islands, do you make a difference in terms how much you can actually take off a beach, or is it really just a solution that you haven't really solved?
Right, at this current moment, we're not making an impact in that sargassum that's coming to the island. Because the focus is first, finding the solution aspect, but where we have that quite well, right now we are working on the scale up plans, and our plans are focused on preventing as much sargassum as possible reaching the shores because of the damage it causes to the environment, but also the huge loss of economic value from the sargassum itself. So we're going to be engaging with different stakeholders and government, especially towards having specific model that we design and implement.
Thank you very much. So has anybody else any questions before I do the closing honors?
Yes. So let me just thank our two presenters helping us with the sargassum conversation this evening. Information from our distinguished guest, Kayla Corbin, very informative, and also from the private sector, very informative as well. We learned about sargassum, we learned about the impacts of sargassum, we learned about the advantages and disadvantages of sargassum, and it is a conversation that needs to be continued, because until we can find the source of sargassum and we can stop the bloom, then sargassum will be there and we'll have to deal with it all the time. So it is an ongoing conversation, and continuously looking for solutions. So I want to thank you all very much. Let's give them a
Thank you. So very briefly then, just let me thank first of all the audience for having spent with us. And it was a day well spent, wasn't it? Excellent. Round of applause to us. Yeah. And let me then also go ahead and thank the moderators today, Karen, Tanya, Van Bern, and that was us three, for having done a fabulous and Hayden for having done a fabulous job to leading us into the discussion and moderating the discussion. Let me thank our presenters. I think that everyone that this meeting and presented did a fabulous job. This was certainly most interesting because it's opened, I think, our eyes a little bit more to the potential of sargassum, and what you presented on the low level of biodiversity damage that can be done by using it. I guess it's very interesting. On the trends in marine conservation, we had Leon presenting Kama and also Lucy. They're wonderful. And that was also really fascinating. I have to say that Karen and I were whispering a bit in the presentation, and it always comes down that so many of us are trying to do so many wonderful things. And I think that one of my personal goals is that we find a way to bring us all together and coordinate all of these amazing efforts. Okay, so let me not forget to thank Karen and her team as a whole that have put this event together. Together with the other organizers, who was UNDP and Jeff. Right. That's one. All right. And Ashley is here. Just thanking you too, Tanya, I don't see. Kevin Junior. Karen, thank you very much. I think I've covered everybody. Okay, very good. Officially.
Before we go, just to say, the National Conservation Trust Fund will be with us tomorrow back here for investments. Workshop management. Bad news with one of our trainees reaching due to flights and weather, but she will be online. And before you go, please have a scan, if that is what you can, and help us with the evaluation.
Fantastic. And again, thank you to Caribbean Biodiversity Fund, UNDP, CHEF, and the SGP Small Grants Program. We've got them all in. Thank you very much.
So apologies for Tanya, she wasn't feeling so well, so she left early for those who might be looking for her. And I hear there's still food for those who enjoyed it and would like.
Yes, carry over.